this morning to this hearing on the bottle bill. Uh, and I just want to give a few comments, and then I'll introduce the members of the Assembly who are here. Um, and I think that, we all know the bottle bill's been around for a long time and has done a great job in keeping certain material out of landfills. Uh, but it hasn't been changed in a long time. And not only are there additional costs that have just accrued over the years, and we need to find legislative solutions to updating this in a way that makes sense, uh, is helpful to our environment by continuing to remove more materials from the landfill, but also to hear from various points of view about how we should proceed. Each of us may have our own ideas, but we're here, this is a hearing, and we're here to listen to what you all have to say that will inform the way we go forward in a final fashion. And we have a few things that we'd like to remind you to, silence your cell phone. And there are little, for the people who will be testifying, the green light will go on and you speak. The yellow light, they have 3 minutes. The yellow one at 1 minute will say, wrap it up. And then at the red button, we ask you to just cease, and then we're going to ask questions, and there will be opportunities for you to continue to give us your point of view in a way that is informed by the questions we ask. So it might be best to do the Roman numerals of your testimony and not the full spiel. That will come out as we question. With that, I'm just going to introduce our panel on the Assembly side in just the order in which they are to my left, some more so than others. Assembly Member Epstein, Assembly Member Otis. I was going to say Steve, but that wouldn't be helpful to you all. Assembly Member Mankelow, Assembly Member Simpson, who is the ranking member, and Assembly Member Smullen, and Assembly Member, again, Jody Giglio. And to the far right, Pat Fahey, because we ran out of room on the left. I am very pleased to turn this over to my colleague, my partner, the wonderful Senator Pete Harckham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Flattery will get you everywhere. I'm Pete Harckham. I chair the Environmental Conservation Committee for the Senate. I want to thank Chair Glick and the team here in the Assembly for hosting us here today and for her partnership. It's nice to have a colleague where we can sit and be candid and work through issues. And so thank you for your partnership and everything you do. Briefly from the Senate, today we have Senator Rachel May, who's actually the sponsor of one of the bottle bills. We have Senator Hinchey, and then we have our ranker, Senator Dan Steck. Just a couple of very brief comments. I think Chair Glick covered it. You know, the next 2 days, the sort of the common theme of the next 2 days is waste. And there are a number of reasons that we're focusing on this. One, obviously, climate and the methane from landfills, the impacts of the incinerators on the communities where they are, should things be incinerated, obviously waste in our environment and the environmental impacts of that, and the costs of trucking. And I mean the environmental costs and the social costs. So that's kind of the theme of the next 2 days. And I too, like Chair Glick, am here to listen. It's important that we hear from all of the stakeholders. You know, it's a lot of people say, well, why didn't this bill happen in a year? A lot of bills take multiple years because it's important that we get it right. We don't get it right now. And so that's why we're here. We're here to listen. And I would just echo the advice of Chair Glick. In your testimony, I know when you read it in your office, it looks like 3 minutes, but it's usually 5 or 7 or 10 minutes. So please just summarize for us. You can bring out the details either in the written testimony that we'll read or in questioning. But just so you make your big points, I would suggest just summarize testimony. So that's it for me. We want to get rolling. And with that, we'll turn it back to Chair Glick.
Thank you very much. And I would like to, at this point, just call on my ranker, Assemblymember Simpson, for a few words.
Well, thank you. Is it working? Yeah. Well, thank you, Chairwoman Glick. I want to thank everyone for being here. This is a very important issue that I know my office, as well as my colleagues' offices, have been inundated with issues arising out of not only the proposed bottle bill, but the existing issues that have been created through inflation, all of the affordability issues that we've been working through as New Yorkers. So I'm very excited to hear your testimony and look forward to an afternoon of good work. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. And this time I would like to introduce the ranker on Senate Environmental Conservation Committee, Senator Dan Steck. Senator?
All right, thank you, Chairman. Thanks, Chair Glick, as well, for hosting this. I'll echo your sentiments, all three that have spoken already. This is an old issue that hasn't aged well as times march forward with inflationary pressures, and we want to make sure that we are keeping waste out of the landfills as much as possible. But the financial pieces of this all have to come together and work as well. So I think it's time for us to do something. Time is not an ally to the people that are in the business trying to handle this for us. A lot of them are losing money. A lot of them are on some of the panels today, and I've heard from them, as I'm sure all of us have as well. So we need to take this up, and I know there's some legislation out there, including both of my colleagues on either side of me have bills that would, I think, go a long way, and I'm interested as well to hear the testimony today. So thanks for hosting this.
Okay. We will first hear from David Vitale, who is the Acting Deputy Commissioner of the DEC from the Office of Remediation and Materials Management. And thank you very much. For the record, and this goes for everybody, state your name and whatever title or your organization for the record, even though we've sort of introduced you. Thank you.
I'm not sure if this is on. Are you hearing?
First, pull it close to you. Well, whatever. We're going to need that to be, so thank you for making that first adjustment. Tap it and see if it's, there
we
you are,
go.
you're on the
We're
air.
in business. Okay. Good morning, Chair Glick, Chair Harkin, members of the Assembly and Senate Standing Committees on Environmental Conservation. I'm David Talley. I'm the Acting Deputy Commissioner of the Office of Remediation and Materials Management at DEC. On behalf of Commissioner Segos, who couldn't be here today, I thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on the bottle bill. Since 1983, it's estimated that the bottle bill has reduced roadside litter of containers by 70%, average redemption rate of 65%, and has removed more than 10 million tons of containers from the waste stream. Containers included in the bottle bill comprise just under 2% of the municipal solid waste stream, and the redeemed containers account for about 1% of the total recycled percentage. The impacts of the China National Sword policy in 2018 affected recycling markets across the globe, leading to some initial negative consequences in New York State as well. These market disruptions also made it clear that New York State needed to help find solutions to support recycling. In response, DEC has invested over $20 million in recycling market research with several SUNY universities across the state to help navigate the next steps for New York State. DEC also held numerous stakeholder meetings in 2018 and 2019 focused on the challenges of glass recycling in New York State and facilitated a study by the Pollution Prevention Institute on the impact of any bottle bill expansions. DEC is also in the process of updating bottle bill regulations to improve redemption of recycling beverage containers. And we have also announced the creation of a state investigative committee on bottle bill fraud to evaluate and address concerns around fraudulent redemption of containers. Additionally, DEC continues to work collaboratively with redemption centers in Tomra to address concerns stemming from the recent cyber attacks on Tomra. It's also important to note the role of extended producer responsibility. The governor's 2022 EPR proposal would capture even more materials for reduction, reuse, and recycling by including all types of packaging, not just beverage containers. A broad packaging and paper product EPR law covering both all residentially and commercially generated material would work in collaboration with the bottle bill. It would also encourage producers to reduce packaging and reduce any toxic chemicals that might be in those packaging. So as the hearings today and tomorrow reflect, we believe it's necessary to consider the nexus between these two complementary policies and address them together. So thank you for the opportunity to discuss the bottle bill and look forward to answering any questions you may have.
I just bring everybody's attention to the perfection with which the timing was achieved. Extra points.
Quick question for you. Thank you. You gave a very good summary kind of the marketplace and the current state of being. On the bottle bill specifically, what in DEC's opinion is working, what is not working, and what do you suggest the next steps are?
Well, we think it's been very successful. The numbers speak for themselves about the redemption rates and the amount of material that has been recovered through the process. There are struggles for redemption centers at this point with the handling fee and the costs related to that. So that's some struggles, but there's catching up. The history of catching up handling fees has been, we jumped from 1.5 cents to 2.5 cents. Took 14 years to do that. To go from 2 to 3.5 in 2009, it took another 11, 12 years. So this is 14 years, it's a long time. So that's a struggle. There are opportunities now through EPR programs that really didn't exist in '83. Nobody was doing those. They weren't even in the EU at that time. So we have different tools. So there's tools that you can use, like the bottle bill, that can add materials, and it can be helpful. We also have EPR, and so that's why we really strongly believe they need to be looked at together.
Thank you.
Let me ask you just a couple of questions. In your testimony, you do refer to the fact that there are perhaps expanded types of materials that you think, or DEC thinks might be included. Is it DEC's position that the additional materials like sports drinks and different kinds of iced teas and what have you that we see in the store really multiplying, that those would be appropriate for being included in materials that would be under the bottle bill?
Well, again, we really think that EPR and the bottle bill have to be considered together. So we get the best system combined. It depends what happens with packaging EPR, how inclusive it is, the types of materials it is and how it helps a system overall, and that needs to be evaluated. Certainly, an adjustment to the water provisions that are in the regulation or in the law now, which limits it to water without sugar only, including those with sugar in them as well, would certainly help with lots of confusion through the system. Every layer has confusions through that, so that's a help. Another step could be to add those teas, those juices, those other kinds of non-carbonated beverages that could add additional funding to the programs through the unredeemed deposits. Of course, the goal is to redeem as much as you can. So looking toward those unredeemed deposits is something great and is not necessarily, not really the tack we should take.
There has been some discussion over time around fraudulent redemption. And I'm wondering what level of complaints DEC receives and what your point of view is in terms of how do we address it. You, in your testimony, made reference, I think, to having looked at or having some desire to have that be part of our review.
Yeah, fraud is a concern, has been a concern for a number of years. It's difficult to put an exact dollar amount on the fraud. The estimates have been anywhere from tens to hundreds of millions of dollars worth of fraud. There's issues with transshipping of filled beverage containers from non-deposit states. There's fraudulent redemption of empty beverage containers from out of state or double redemption schemes that exist. There's reverse vending machine tampering concerns that we need to look at. And then there's deposit initiators that never even register with tax and finance, so they're not reporting or they're underreporting their sales value. So it's a concern, certainly for us, and so it's one of the reasons why we've announced the State Investigative Committee on bottle bill fraud. We want to bring the experts of our agencies together: DEC, Department of Tax and Finance, State Liquor Authority, Ag and Markets, and others to help evaluate, research, and hopefully lead to recommendations that we can make to adjust either the law or make adjustments in our regulations that can help.
Understanding that the question relates to the speed with which government will respond, do you have a timeline envisioned in how long it will take to have these partners review the issues and give us recommendations?
No, we don't have a timeline on it yet. In many respects, we don't think of it as ever ending. We see it as work. Certainly, the initial work is very important, but we haven't set a timeline on that to say, now analyze this by such and such, and if you don't have this, then do this. We don't have that laid out, that detail laid out yet. Bringing the partners together is an important first step, and we need to see who can contribute what resources to that and what we need to evaluate. Many times in these, it moves to something else. It evolves to another place. It opens up another door that then we can collectively go down and investigate. And we don't want to artificially limit and say it ends here. We want to track it down. We want to track down every piece, and if there's things we can do to it, then we want to do it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I would just urge the department to think about the fact that we want to be moving forward, and obviously if this is a big concern for the department, but also for people in the field, we would want to do this with as much information from you folks as possible. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And now we'll go to Senator Rachel May.
Thank you, and I want to thank the chairs of the environmental conservation committees and their staff for pulling this together and elevating this important piece of legislation. And I also need to say I'm grateful to everyone who's here to testify, but there is a very important empty seat in this room. Ryan Carson was the most effective, passionate, and knowledgeable advocate that this bill and waste reduction in general in New York could have had. And his senseless and tragic death a few weeks ago really left a big hole in our hearts and in advocacy for this issue. So as we move forward, I hope we do so in his memory and his honor. And having said that, I want to thank Commissioner Vitale and ask you about how the unclaimed revenues are allocated. If you feel like the allocation is appropriate, is it sufficient for enforcement? Is it sufficient for supporting the redemption centers and the reverse vending machines and all of the infrastructure that is needed to make the bottle bill work?
Well, how the system works is the unclaimed deposits come to the Department of Tax and Finance. They move them to the comptroller's office. And then the way it's laid out in the law, there's 23 million, now it's 23 million as of 18, that goes to the EPF that helps support all the programs in the EPF. The remainder of the money, which is in the 90 million zone, goes to the general fund. That's how it's laid out in the law, and that's how we administer the program.
And is it how you think it should be allocated?
Well, it's very easy when you're responsible for an individual program to only look at that program and say, "Wow, give me all the money in the world," and we can do lots of things. It is an important to remember that we have lots of programs that the Environmental Protection Fund funds. And so for being one of the contributors to that important fund, as pieces of the bottle bill, it's critical. It's critical for operation of a number of programs.
Thank you.
The more money, it's always wonderful, but that also means less money for the general
Let me move on
fund.
and ask a different question, which is about the extent to which DEC takes a kind of global view on materials management in this whole recycling system, because I have a glass manufacturer in my district that would love to have more recycled glass, the cullet that they could use for producing glass. It's a much more effective way, cost-effective way to produce glass. We want to see jobs being created with the materials that are being collected. Do you feel that that is happening? And do you believe that if we include, say, liquor and wine bottles in the system, that we can have a stronger internal New York State recycling industry?
Well, one of those investments we made in partnerships with one of the SUNY university systems we have is with the Center for, we've created the Center for Glass Innovation through Alfred University, the State College of Ceramics through Alfred University. And they're doing a lot of research on glass. Some of it is for reuse of bottles in the Finger Lakes. They have a number of different tasks in there. But part of it is also looking at processing material. How do they improve that? Working with both the collection side as well as the container side and what they need. What quality do they need to come in, and how do we bridge that? And they're making investments in that research. So that is one of those pieces that the department had invested in related to glass. As far as adding wine and liquor into a system, it would add another 480 million containers. It comes at a cost. It's a different type of system than the existing bottle bill. It's distributed differently. It's marketed differently. It's sold differently. So the collection would be different. It's not a direct overlay of the same products that are in those other containers. So that comes at a cost. Pollution Prevention Institute, when they did that that worked for us. Looking at expansion, they had come up with a cost of $40 million to that industry. Those are the things that have to be balanced, in addition to EPR possibilities.
Thank you.
Assemblymember Simpson.
Thank you, and thank you for explaining the unredeemed funds that, where they go. I was wondering if you could expand on that, and do you know what the representation is for the amount of money that's going back in redemption fees that comes out of the 23 million that's in the EPF?
The redemption, the unredeemed deposits, for instance, the last full year that we had seen was about 117 million. And so of that, 23 million, as specified in the law currently, goes to the EPF. The remainder goes to the general fund.
Let me ask it again. So what portion of that 23 million, because there's various programs within the EPF, or is it 23 million that goes back to?
Oh, it's spread across all of the programs. It's part of that funding of the $400 million for the EPF. It's
So-
just, it's a funding. So you could look at it as it funds little bits from every single line item, or it funds a larger chunk of one line. It's not laid out in that kind of direct accounting. It just goes to the total amount.
Thank you.
All right, now we go to Senator Michelle Hinchy.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Deputy Commissioner. Along the same vein, it's important to acknowledge that in our rural and upstate communities, locally operated redemption centers are the front lines of recycling in our small communities. But as you acknowledged, as has been acknowledged on this panel, the cost of doing business, particularly for these very small businesses, has skyrocketed over the last couple of years. And so I've heard from the bill sponsor, thank you, Senator May, it's important, of course, every time the state gets funding from somewhere, they're going into really important programs. But if we're not going to raise the amount of money that these redemption centers can keep, or maybe we should, that's the bill that we carry, how else would we have them, maybe you can provide us some clarity or ideas, how else can we have them stay in business? How else would they be able to make money? Because they are the ones that are the real front lines of the recycling in much of our state.
It would, the structure of the dollar amounts and the handling fees, that's established in the law. So we'd have to modify the law to increase those. That would certainly make a difference.
But you think
for
that
them.
would be, so changing the structure of how those fees are split, you think would be helpful to keep them in business so that we can continue to recycle in the smaller communities?
Any increase in funding for them to operate their systems, I'm sure would be welcome to them.
And then to be able to fund the additional things that, because obviously we'd be taking some of the money that the state gets to be able to keep them in business, we would need to find other avenues for those funding streams.
I'm not sure, I'm catching that one, I'm sorry.
Because the split as it is right now, right, is about 20% that the redemption centers keep, and the rest of that money, the 47%,
Right.
goes to the state
Okay.
for the programs I think that were acknowledged. If we change that percentage
Right.
for redemption centers to keep more, to stay in business, to be able to recycle,
Right.
that would be less that the state gets, but we'd be able to fill that gap, or it would be up to us to fill that gap somewhere.
Right, adjustments in the dollar amounts and the subdivisions and legislation would make the difference for them.
Right. But you agree that we should, or it would be incredibly helpful to change that structure.
It would certainly be helpful to them.
Thank you.
Pat Fahey. Thank you. And thank you for being here. Thank you to both chairs and all for putting this important hearing together on a bill we've been talking about for too many years. But I also want to start my comments by saying, on the record, my personal condolences to the family of Ryan Carson.
as well as to the entire NYPIRG team. I can't help but attend this hearing and not think of him and his advocacy, and let's hope that in his name we can move a bill in this next year. So, thank you as well for the lovely shout-outs to SUNY as the new chair of the Higher Education Committee. Much appreciated. I didn't hear anything on CUNY, so if there's things going on at our CUNY or independent colleges, we welcome hearing that as well. But it's great to see so many of our SUNY colleges listed as doing really important work in this space. So a couple of questions. The costs of doing business, I think, has already been covered, but I've carried a couple of bills on increasing the level of composition, the recycled composition in our plastic water bottles, plastic water bottles as well as other plastic bottles. And I think that would also help a little bit on the front end. I know we'll be talking a little bit more about that tomorrow, but I just think it's important to say that we also need to increase the recycled composition of these, or recycled content of these plastic bottles. And just a question, is the current recycling rate for the single-use plastic bottles, is it high enough to meet the demand for recycled plastics in consumer products? And if not, what would help increase that rate? And I know that's where we are all focused, is trying to increase that rate. And by the way, I say that as somebody who has traveled around the country and sees some states have no deposit and have made no effort here, but I also think we should be much further along. But do you have a sense of, is our current rate meeting the demand for recycled plastic product?
You make a good point with New York State. Any of the returnable Container Act states, the ones that have a bottle bill, generally have a higher recovery rate and recycling rate for those materials than other states. So collectively, our plastics that are collected through that would be higher recycling rate than most other states. Across the United States, the last information I saw was some work done by RRS, and they indicated that it's nationwide plastics is about 16% recycled.
What was that number?
16. Yet the containers themselves, like the PET containers that are in a bottle bill, those are closer to 30%. So where some of the other plastics are lower, and that gets you an overall number of 16%. So it's about 30%. And what we understand is that the capacity, there is more capacity at the processing facilities. So they could take more plastic at facilities in the United States than what is currently delivered to.
Okay, I know I only have a few seconds, but I also would.
No, you don't.
Okay, so I'll give those few seconds back. Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Look forward to more.
All right, staying on task here.
Yes.
And with that, we'll go to Senator Steck, please.
Thanks. Good morning, Commissioner. Thanks for being here today. I want to circle back to the unclaimed deposits. I want to make sure I heard those numbers correctly. What did you say was the amount that was going to the EPF versus the general fund?
23.
And the general fund was?
The
How much
general
is-
fund, it's about 90 something. It's whatever the total amount is that comes in. The last time it was 117. 23 is dictated in the law. That goes to the EPF. So whatever's left, last time it was in the 90s, goes to the general fund.
Right now, this is an old issue, right? The last time that significant changes were made to the bottle bill was in April of 2009. Looking at the April 7th date, I'm assuming that was done as part of the budget. And as we all know, a lot gets done as part of the budget, driven by the negotiations and what comes out of the governor's executive budget. Do we get there? But this has been an issue, a crisis issue now for a lot of redemption centers for several years. It's only gotten worse in recent years because of inflation. A lot of them are starting to close. I'm wondering if you can shed any light on why, we're having this conversation in October, where a year ago this could have been something that could have been worked into a budget discussion, because by the looks of it, the status quo benefits the general fund. If there's fewer bottles getting redeemed, then there's more unclaimed funds, and the lion's share of those unclaimed funds go to the general fund. Is there an incentive from a budgeting standpoint to maintain the status quo? And what message does that send people that care about recycling and our redemption centers that are losing money and going out of business?
There have been a number of proposals for several years related to the bottle bill and expanses. They were proposed a couple of years back as part of the budget. It could be discussed outside of the budget. It's been proposed, and nothing moved.
Was anything in
Nothing
last
moved
year's executive budget
Yes,
on the ballot
it was
bill?
in the executive budget 2 cycles,
All right, do
multiple years ago.
you expect it to be part of the discussion again this time? Unfair question, but you're the closest to the governor we got in the room right now.
We're always interested in talking and evaluating the different options. As I had mentioned in the testimony, that nexus between EPR and bottle bill are really strong, and they should be considered together. So,
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Next, we will go to Assemblymember Brian Mankulo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, thank you. We're talking about the front end, loading up the front end, getting more bottles in, getting more recyclables in. But what is DEC doing to help push marketing strategies? And is DEC involved with any private industry to help bring that all together? Because we're talking about a commodity here. We're talking about a recyclable commodity. What are we doing to grow that commodity, to making sure we're getting the top dollar for the end users? And how is DEC interacting with different private businesses or companies to make that happen?
well, part of that was that investment that I had talked about with the several SUNY universities. So we've targeted different universities for different materials in addition to other programs. So for instance, I had mentioned Alfred, which is glass, Buffalo focused on plastic, and SUNY SF was focusing on paper, in addition to educational programs, technical assistance programs through the Center for Sustainable Materials Management, and that's through ESF. So that's an important tool that we put out. As far as managing with industries and businesses together, the municipal programs were home state. The programs are operated by municipalities. That's part of the challenge in aggregating each program slightly different. Aggregating that massive material for any one market to locate there becomes a challenge. That's one of the critical pieces of that EPR I keep going back to, because it changes that. It puts a responsibility on the manufacturers to aggregate that material. So now they have to, if you make it a wide and broad, you capture everything of paper, plastic, all the packaging, all the paper, all those materials now then have responsibilities to be collected and funded by those entities. And that helps stabilize markets. That helps provide consistency. That helps provide that aggregated total amount that then can draw in interest from markets to say, hey, we know we have a long-term stable market for this material. And so those are the important pieces to us.
All right. Thank you for that answer. And maybe one thing that would help all of us would be to see a roadmap on how you see us getting to that end. It'd be great for all of us to have that in front of us and saying, this is the direction we're going, this is the route we're going to get there, these are the players that are involved with that route, and what is the ultimate goal. So thank you, Commissioner, for your testimony. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Next, we'll hear from Assemblymember Otis.
Thank you for your testimony, and I offer a reflection that when the bottle bill was enacted many decades ago, one of the big points of focus was litter. Today, we are very much focused on diversion from the waste stream for all these materials. Want to drill down more, get some sense of what's going on with glass right now in terms of glass is recycled through the municipal, local programs. But in a sense, what statistics, if you have, or can get us later if you don't have it at your fingertips, of glass is getting thrown into that system for the intent is recycling, and how much of it is actually successfully recycled as opposed to lack of diversion from the waste stream?
It's, as you had mentioned, it's collected by different municipalities, and they have different levels of success. A larger aggregated system like the city of New York has more glass, so they process more. So they move most of their glass toward recycling markets. Some of that is in aggregate road construction, and so their numbers are very high. Where other areas, it's very low. Sometimes it goes for alternate daily cover at landfills. We don't consider that recycling in our numbers, so our numbers are much lower for glass in New York State. The glass from the Returnable Container Act does get recycled. So again, comparing us to other states, we're a little bit higher. Overall, glass is about 4% of the waste stream by weight.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And appreciate also what you have in your testimony. The DEC is looking with very forward-thinking research on some of these evolving technologies. Very helpful. Thank you.
We will go now to Assemblymember Smullen.
Hi, Mr. Vitale. Thank you so much for coming today. We appreciate you coming and sharing DEC's perspective with candor. I just want to make sure I heard this correct, that the current bottle bill, as it's written, as it's executed right now, is about a $90 million input into the general fund each year. So depending on how you interpret a fee versus a tax, one could say that that's a tax that the New York State taxpayers are paying because of this unclaimed deposit issue that's now being spent in the general fund, not specifically for recycling purposes. That's something that needs to be noted, because I know most of the bills call for increasing the actual fee right now, the tax, from 5 cents to 10 cents, which is going to be doubling essentially that stream of money to the general fund, which is then spent elsewise. Now, the question I really wanted to ask you, you mentioned a $20 million study that you had from DEC. Did that study actually determine how much recycling costs the average consumer in New York State, the average citizen of New York State, in their time to be able to recycle the amount of cans or bottles that they recycle each year? Was that included?
The 20 million is spread across the 4 different universities, so it's not just one. Each of them have different tasks that they look at. That is not one task that was specifically designed into any of them at this point. We did move forward with an addition to the program or the agreement with SUNY ESF last year, related to a needs assessment of the entire recycling system.
Yes.
And so that has just begun. So that should have much of that information. It won't be.
Yeah,
it wasn't directly everything you laid out.
Could you please ask that question on behalf of New York State's taxpayers, is how much it costs an individual consumer each year to comply with the bottle bill requirements? Because people's time is money. They can't, if they're recycling cans, they can't be doing leisure items with their grandchildren. I would appreciate that. The last thing, and this is something that you've linked it twice now, the bottle bill and the extended producer responsibility bills. They absolutely must be linked. And can you tell me if your research has included whether or not the consumers, the taxpayers, the people of New York State have been advised of a system to take a single stream, a single container, and then let the transfer station, whether public or private, sort it all out and then make sure that it's most efficiently recycled? Has that been done yet?
I lost it at the end. I'm not sure what it was that you asked was in there.
Has there been a single container study to show that people, can we do that one as well? Thank you.
Next, we will hear from Assemblymember Giglio.
Yes, good morning. Thank you for being here. And thank you, Madam Chair and Sir Chair, for having this important discussion. So Long Island is a little bit different than anywhere throughout the state in that we are lacking transfer stations. And with the 23 million that is collected, that you're saying in just 1 year, it goes to purchasing land for preservation, restoring historic sites, conserving farmland, restoring habitat, controlling invasive species, upgrading municipal sewage treatment plants, cleaning up waterfront property, and creating public parks, and helping businesses to develop ways to recycle. So on to Senator Hinchy's question is, what percentage of the 23 million is going to helping businesses to develop ways to recycle? And then my second question would be, on Long Island, with all of the transport that we're going to have to be doing of recyclable products, because there is no market reuse for those products on Long Island, do you think that it would behoove the state to spend the balance of the money that's collected in recycling in creating those new market facilities in the areas where the recycling is occurring?
Well, in the EPF, one of the lines relates to the waste reduction and recycling grants programs that we have. And so $19 million went to that last year.
Okay.
So that includes anything related to but they're only municipal, and it's a 50% reimbursement. And so that's how we've been forever in that program. So 19 million went to that for various number of programs. As far as the recycling markets and the transportation off Long Island, that's how it's happened forever. That's the process in Long Island. There are some disposal facilities related to combustors. There's some a couple landfills for ash and construction demolition debris.
Well, those are closing in 2024, the landfills for ash. So I think the point that I'm trying to make is, if we're going to be collecting this money, then we should be coming up with new markets that can be used in close proximity to where these items are being recycled, rather than trucking them off of Long Island. Because the transfer stations that are in the works right now have not been approved by the DEC. There is no shovel in the ground, and the landfills are closing. So my fear is that these materials are going to end up in wetlands and open space instead of new markets for reuse and recycling of these products.
Well, some of the dates are a little different, but you're right that the landfills, they only take ash, and they don't take those other materials, the municipal solid waste. Those are combusted in the incinerators. And the recycling there have been some local markets, and there have been export for decades with the program. That's how the program has operated in Long Island. So the adjustments to the program, we agree, and we hope that we can collectively develop markets. That's part of the research that we're doing. Stony Brook is one of those member municipalities that are receiving funding related to waste composition, to figure out what's in the waste stream and what can we do and how can we aggregate those materials. That needs assessment I mentioned for SUNY ESF will also help identify those needs, but then again, we go back to that. To me, it's that nexus with EPR. You bring those materials together, you aggregate that amount of material, you cross over the 16 different planning units that are on Long Island competing for their various materials and markets. That's hard to draw in a business and to come in and say, yes, I'll take that financial risk and locate here, but I have to negotiate with 16 different municipalities to get that material. Once you move to an EPR, and it's a broader kind of concept of who's managing that material and contracting for its recycling, that's when we believe the markets can be developed.
Sounds like a long way away, but thank you for your thoughtful answer.
And last, Assembly Member, Mr. Epstein.
Thank you, Chair Glick. So you said 117 million in this past fiscal year, 23 EPF, 90 to general revenue. What was it the year before?
I actually have that somewhere. 21 was 117, 20 was 125.
And what was the total collection of deposits that New York State collected from New Yorkers in 2022 then? The total collection? The total collection of the 5-cent fee, how much did we totally collect?
I don't know.
So what percentage, so it's 117 million of what number is the state keeping?
117 is the unremitted.
Yeah, but what's the remitted portion then?
The total amount of the entire system is what you're saying, who deposits the?
Yeah, like, yeah, how much did New Yorkers deposit out of 117 that was non-redeemed?
I'd have to do the math.
I'd love to get that number.
65%, it's a, 65% redemption rate, so 65% is redeemed. And
Yeah,
so
so-
that's the other portion of it is in there.
Yeah. So do you think an increased fee would increase the percentage of redemption?
I'm sorry.
Do you think an increased fee would increase the percentage of redemptions?
Yes, the information that we have from some of the states that have an increased fee, 10-cent fee, their redemption rate is higher than
When you're
than the
saying higher,
65%.
what is their redemption rates in those other jurisdictions?
About 85.
So potentially you'd have a increase from 65 to 85. So do you know what non-redemption amount would be at a 10-cent fee on an annual basis? If it was at 10 cents and we get an 85% redemption rate?
So are you looking if it was increased, what the difference would be?
Yeah,
in
like you're saying
the
right now
unclaimed
about
deposits?
117 million is not redeemed at a 65% redemption rate. What would an 85% redemption rate at a 10 cents be? Are we talking about is it going to be basically the same amount of money that's non-redeemed?
It would certainly reduce. We know we had done an analysis. If you increased it to 10 cents and you get an 80%, 85% redemption rate, we would wind up with 120 million.
So it's pretty similar to what we do.
Because similar to what we have now. If it would
Plus we
stay
redeem
at
a
that
lot more.
65%
Right.
redemption rate, it would have gone to 220.
Great, so we redeem a lot more.
Right.
We'd have the same amount of money left over that people didn't redeem, but we'd have more both being recycled and not going into the waste stream because they'd be all higher percentage of recycling, right?
Yes.
And then people could, like Mr. Small, take their grandchildren to the redemption center to teach them how to recycle. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank
did
you.
Did you have any follow-up?
No, we're good.
We're good. Thank you so much for your
I-
testimony.
You don't need to mention my name in criticism.
Nextly,
on the-
we'll hear from Matthew Krug, who is
Don't do
the
it here on the
Director of
floor.
ENCON
Please don't do
Officers
it
with
to me in
PBA, New York State.
Seriously. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Good morning.
Great to see you. For the record, just a reminder, state your name, title, for the record.
Matthew Krug, I am the Director of Environmental Conservation Officers and serve on the Board of Directors for the Police Benevolent Association of New York State. Good morning, Madam Chairwoman and respected members of the panel. Last year, environmental conservation officers completed over 25,000 complaints for endangered species, nuisance bears, spills, air pollution, as well as the returnable container law. Field officers routinely handle complaints which range from failing to accept containers, limiting the number of containers received, broken recycling machines, and the sale of non-deposit containers. When retailers fail to accept containers, they not only unfairly profit from their behavior, but they can also negatively affect individuals that routinely clean up our roadways for that 5-cent reward. Our Bureau of Environmental Crimes investigators handle our more complex investigations regarding large-scale transshipping of beverage containers from adjoining states where deposits are not initiated, as well as fraudulent activities surrounding the redemption of returnable containers. These investigations are labor-intensive and difficult to prosecute. In 2015, we had a dedicated investigator assigned to New York City for returnable container enforcement. This led to an investigation into North Bergen Beverage in New Jersey and eventually resulted in a $1 million penalty against that company. However, our limited number of investigators most often results in their diversion to crimes that impact public health and safety rather than bottle bill enforcement. New York State Tax and Finance collected approximately $100 million from unclaimed deposits in 2015 alone. That same year, ECOs and investigators handled 173 complaints regarding the returnable container law. By 2022, that number increased to 368 complaints, with over half of those in New York City. While these complaints continue to mount, along with other expanded duties, the number of officers and investigators has stagnated or decreased from our 1970s era staffing levels. As of last week, we had 278 sworn officers statewide. When I began my career in 2008, we had 19 field officers and 3 investigators assigned in New York City. But currently, we only have 11 field officers and two investigators covering the Big Apple. In February of this year, I testified before this committee requesting more funding to hire conservation officers and equipment for the division. Sadly, this year's law enforcement budget actually saw reductions to the tune of $1.7 million from our overtime budget. Reduced staffing along with reduced overtime leads to reduced enforcement and effectiveness of our environmental laws. If the returnable container law is amended, I urge this committee to push for increasing the number of conservation officers and investigators above and beyond our allotted number of 342. If just a quarter of the unclaimed deposits went to the Division of Law Enforcement, we could hire an additional 90 field officers and at least 20 investigators, who I believe should be assigned to the greater New York City area. Increasing the number of environmental conservation officers would lead to a higher quality of life for those in environmental justice areas by cutting down on dump garbage and air pollution in those neighborhoods. I thank you for this opportunity to present testimony on behalf of my fellow environmental conservation officers, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. Good to see you again. 2 questions for you. One, just how serious do you think bottle redemption fraud is in New York State?
So I spoke with a retired major from our division who championed the bottle bill, and he estimated that it's probably at least $100 million a year in fraud affecting New York State and not going back to environmental protection or to Coca-Cola and Pepsi that are being defrauded out of this. It's a cash business. These companies know that they can get away with it by falsifying records, and it's very hard to go through and count every can and bottle that's going through these redemption centers. They believe fraud is rampant, being an all-cash business. I submitted to you a copy of a news article from California where a family out in California in July made $7.6 million over 10 months by shipping containers from Arizona to California. So that's huge. 10 months, $7.6 million in profit. And they now have felony charges against them. But that's a huge amount of money over a short period of time to just deal with cans and bottles.
And one last question. I know we've spoken about this in the context of the budget. Just how short-staffed are you right now, and how many new officers do you need to get up to and what you feel is an actionable staff level to protect the health and the environment of New Yorkers?
So we're allotted 342. We are currently at 278. Out of that, that's about 180 field officers that are responding to complaints. Many areas we are at half staff at best. So I would like to see, in New York City, when we have 11 field officers and 2 investigators for a population of 9 million, we used to joke about saying we only got the tip of the iceberg for environmental crimes. That's even worse off now because we do not have the staffing. We should have at least 90 field officers from New York City, and we have 11. We need a team of investigators that are going to deal with the large-scale environmental crimes, the pollution of the Gowanus Canal and different areas. We have 2 investigators. We need at least 20. These investigations are labor-intensive. They might be setting up cameras, interviews. They're long-term. We can't do it.
All right. Thank you very much.
Good to see you. What's the most common complaint that you get from regarding bottle bill?
The most common complaint for conservation officers is facilities failing to accept the bottles back for recycling. Broken machinery, broken recycling machines at like Rite Aids or Tops or whatever supermarkets they are. And so we get a lot of calls about that when they bring in their cans and they can't redeem it and get their 5 cents back. Some people rely on the 5 cents for a tremendous source of their income. These are affecting some of the poorest of the poor that are doing this. And when they can't get that, it means they're going hungry.
What, if, can you just give us a thumbnail of how do you hear about fraud and what steps do you take to actually ascertain if there is fraud occurring?
So oftentimes the fraud complaints will come in from corporations like Coke and Pepsi. They will make complaints in about stores selling non-deposits, or which means they may be coming from out of state, from out of country. And then, so once a complaint is made, our field officers go out there and check to see if there are non-deposits container soda being offered for sale. And then we did a lot of investigations going back 8 to 10 years when we had the staff for it, including following recycling trucks that were picking up bottles in New Jersey over to New York for redemption. But I was also told that the difficulty with prosecution, the AG's office sat on them, some of the investigations and the prosecution for up to a year and nothing happened. So those, we hit a lot of different roadblocks and not just road construction when we're driving.
Thank you. If we were to make changes by expanding the number of materials, the products that would be taken under the bottle bill, what would the impact be to officers currently? And would there be, in your estimation, a change in the way in which you would have to try to identify whether or not redemption was going up or down?
So one of our, I can really speak for upstate now, one of our major complaints that we deal with is dumped garbage and burned garbage. That is huge, especially when cost of living goes up. People are burning it or dumping it off the side of the road in wetlands. And you get to see what's in those, whether it's going to be empty Coke bottles that people aren't recycling. So I think if it increases to a 10-cent, more people are going to recycle. It's going to make it more worth it for people to take to the redemption centers over the 5 cents. And that will lead to less trash on the roadways, in my opinion.
Thank you.
All right, with that, we'll go to Senator May.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. As the sponsor of the bill, I'm interested in your proposal for how to divert some of the unclaimed funds. Help us understand how the budget works right now, because if 23 million goes to the Environmental Protection Fund, does any of that go to the environmental protection officers?
I don't see it, and I foiled our budget for the last 10 years. Our budget went for law enforcement itself, went from 40 to 48 million. And the increase for the 8 million went to officer salaries through collective bargaining over that same time period. We didn't see any increase in our overtime budget. We haven't really seen any other increases as far as staffing goes as well. Instead, we've seen reductions. So that's where I'm asking you all to earmark additional funding for the protection so that we can see it, we can hire additional officers, especially in New York City.
So the area of the budget where you are funded doesn't come out of the Environmental Protection
I
Fund?
do not believe so, but I can't speak to that honestly because I have not looked into where our money comes from.
This was part of what I was getting at with Commissioner Vitale about enforcement. Like, how can we make sure some of the money is going to better enforcement? I'm interested in what you said as well about about trash. So one of the things we are proposing to include is the glass liquor and wine bottles. I'm assuming not just for you, but for the forest rangers, the park police, that some of the litter that is out there and some of the more dangerous litter is maybe the glass bottles that are liquor and wine bottles. Is that your experience? Do you know anything about kind of the larger problem of litter with those kinds of bottles? Because I know at the municipal level in city parks, that's a big issue.
I've definitely seen it a lot in the parks, especially if you go to some of our very public parks on a Monday and you see all the trash everywhere else, whether it be on the beaches or city parks and such like that. As far as upstate goes, it's such a wide area and such that we normally don't get a lot of these complaints until after the leaves fall. So as soon as the leaves fall and people can now see into the woods a little further, they can see where everything's been dumped off the side of the roads, and that's where we get called about. And these investigations can be very, the people that do it aren't always the smartest, and they usually leave a piece of mail in there. But we do have to, it's very time consuming to go and run down those addresses and track them sometimes across state lines to find out, hey, back so-and-so, I got receipts from April 4th in here in your mail, and this was dumped on the side of the road. What's the deal here? So, they can take hours or days to locate the offenders.
Okay, thank you.
Assemblymember Simpson.
There we go. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony, and thank you for the work that you do. My question is around what happens in our parks, campgrounds. What is I'm not sure where that garbage or refuse that is collected through the campers and visitors at our parks. And also speak to the needs of the parks and our facilities if we were to expand this through the EPR, or expand more bottles, plastic, all of that. If you have a really good track record in the parks as far as, I'm not sure of that process, and
So our folks, we cover several of the campgrounds, DEC campgrounds in the Lake George region. Some of those you can only access by boat. But in places like the Battleground Campground in Lake George, Hartstone, Rogers Rock, they have dedicated areas for recycling from those parks themselves. Okay. I can't speak to state parks or city parks or anything else like that for where the recyclables go. But the DEC does have dedicated at those facilities, I can speak for personally, for recycling.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if they had done had an outside vendor or whether it was something, that was done by the state, so.
I believe it's an outside vendor, a private corporation that will have the different bins out there for sorting.
Thank you.
Assemblymember Epstein. Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right. Senator Hinchey.
Thank you, and sorry, Assemblymember Epstein. Thank you for being here, and first and foremost, I'm in full support of increasing funding for your organization, for your officers, increasing staffing, incredibly important. So thanks for what you do, and to all of the officers, thank you. You mentioned illegal dumping, and it's communities like mine that are incredibly impacted and have been incredibly impacted since the 80s and before of illegal dumping, particularly also toxic dumping, but we see it all over the place, including the woods behind my house. So thank you to the officers who are constantly tracking that down. You mentioned that raising to 10 cents would help in smaller kind of upstate rural communities. It probably help give an incentive to not just throw it out and then toss into the woods, side of the road, wherever it may be. I'm curious, do you also see a lack of redemption centers in small communities as part of that issue? Is that something that's come across your desk as part of the problem?
I have not seen that. I currently reside in the Queensbury area, and there are a significant number of redemption facilities throughout that area. Plus, a lot of different nonprofit organizations have put up, like the Boy Scouts of America have put up collection boxes in different communities, especially rural communities, for redemption. So you can donate your cans and bottles to those organizations, and then they process them. I know we do that for my daughter's softball team. I collect all mine just for that.
We could use more of that, and I think some of our rural areas, I don't know if any of my rural colleagues could address that also, but I would say, and I would think it's not as easy in some of our smaller, more rural areas to redeem bottles, and not to mention now with the funding structure that exists and has not been changed for a long time, a lot of them are going out of business, and so if you don't have anywhere to bring your bottles, you almost don't have any other ability then to throw it out. So that's something that we have to address, but thank you for being here.
Now Assemblymember Epstein.
Thank you, Chair. And it's good to go after you, Senator Hinchey. Allows me to give me another minute to make sure the questions you ask I don't ask. So your budget, is it within inside the DEC budget, or do you have a separate budget? So the Commissioner of DEC set your budget at 48 million?
Yes.
So there's nothing separately that it's pulled out in the state budget that allowed the increase. It's whatever the commissioner has decided to increase it.
I believe we have a certain amount of funding that comes from the sale of hunting and fishing licenses, and that goes towards funding some of our officers.
Okay.
But as far as that other stuff goes, that's way above my pay grade.
Okay. And so are you fully staffed, or do you have job openings, or are you fully staffed right now?
No, we have had job openings. We have 66 to our staffing levels of 342. We are attempting to hire a class of 45, but our numbers have stayed stagnant since like the 1970s. But we've had increased laws, increased protection of the wetland, the aquatic invasive species enforcement. So it's been, a lot of stuff has been added to our plates without additional officers or investigators to make those same laws as effective as they could be.
And for this class of 45 you're hiring, what part of the state are you hiring for?
Most of them will end up going downstate initially at the completion of the year 29-week academy to backfill empty spots in New York City and Long Island. Currently, when conservation officers are hired, we end up transferring down to south of Westchester, New York City, Long Island for the initial part of your career.
And are you having a hard time recruiting, or is it the salaries? What kind of is making it more difficult? Obviously, if we increase your budget, you still have that same potential problem.
So I could be here all day for this.
Right. We only have a minute, so you can't be here all day with me.
So we are having difficulty hiring. Part of that is in New York City and downstate, we are the lowest paid law enforcement down their way.
What is the starting salary for law enforcement from DEC?
In the academy, it's around 60,000, but to live down in New York City on that, we do get additional geographic pay. But compared to NYPD at this point in time, Nassau, Suffolk, we're making almost half of what Suffolk makes. So if you're going for a law enforcement job and you're going to start at half what they do, and you have to work longer for retirement, which one are you going to pay?
I totally understand that. And just on the enforcement side, what percentage is it people who are complaining about places not accepting their bottles and cans versus the dumping? Is it evenly split?
I can't speak for that number. I did not research how many dumping complaints we go to. So upstate, we're not getting very many redemption-related complaints. Most of those redemption-related complaints are in New York City, and where you do have a lot more municipal trash pickup. In the rural areas, we don't have that municipal trash pickup. Everyone's paying for it at the landfill. So when it's an extra $50 a month to have your garbage picked up and somebody doesn't have it, that's where they get dumped over the side of the bank or burned.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you for
Good
your
to
time.
see you again. Thank you. All right, panel number 3. Connor Bambrick, Environmental Advocates, New York. Blair Horner, New York Public Interest Research Group, Alexis Goldsmith, Beyond Plastics, and Rhonda Kaiser, New York City Solid Waste Advisory Board.
Let's see. New York City
Thank you. Pile of testimony.
You can begin whenever you have drawn the short straw.
I guess I could start. Is this on?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Good afternoon. My name is Connor Bamberg. I'm the Director of Policy with Environmental Advocates NY, and I'd like to thank the chairs and the committees for inviting me to testify today on the long overdue expansion of the bottle deposit law as an essential tool to address the important and complex issue of recycling in solid waste. Environmental Advocates NY supports legislation A6353 and S237 to modernize the bottle deposit law. Expanding the container deposit law to include glass containers such as cider, wine, and liquor, and other plastic containers such as sports drinks must be part of the solution. These programs facilitate efficient recycling materials, reducing the need for virgin materials, shift the recycling responsibility on the producers of the containers, lessening the burden of municipal recycling programs. Shifting responsibility to producers of products is a key element to addressing solid waste issues. EA acknowledges the real challenges recycling markets face and the burden that municipalities are carrying in managing and maintaining curbside recycling programs. So we urge that any reforms not be done without creative solutions to ensure our curbside programs are maintained, such as increasing the bottle deposit from 5 cents to 10 cents and funneling additional unclaimed deposits back to municipalities, recycling programs, and redemption centers to support capital improvements and to compensate for any lost revenues. There seems to be general consensus that glass containers are problematic in curbside recycling programs. Glass bottles contaminate the single stream system when they break down in curbside recycling, making otherwise recyclable material diverted for disposal and increasing operational costs for recycles. Reusable or refillable containers should also be part of the solution. EA would support an amendment to the legislation to require at least 25% of beverage containers be refillable by 2030. Thank you, and we look forward to the opportunity to work with the legislature to modernize and expand the bottle deposit law during the 2024 session.
Thank you.
Okay. Hi. Thank you, Chairs Harcum and Glick, for holding this hearing today and for the invitation to provide testimony. I'm Rhonda Kaiser. I'm Chair of the Brooklyn Solid Waste Advisory Board, or SWAB. All New York City SWAB members are appointed by their respective borough presidents to advise our elected officials on solid waste policy. My testimony today is based on the 4 SWAB comments document for the New York State Draft Solid Waste Management Plan. This comments document was co-signed by 44 organizations across the state this past March and led by the SWABs of Manhattan, Brooklyn, Queens, and Bronx, representing 4/5 of the population of New York City. We recognize that New York State Climate Action Council's climate plan and resulting law set the goals of a 40% reduction in statewide greenhouse gas emissions from 1990 levels by 2030 and an 85% reduction from 1990 levels by 2050. We also recognize that almost 50% of greenhouse gas emissions can be mitigated by zero waste programs, legislation, and incentives, according to the EPA's systems-based framework analysis of carbon emissions. We know that strong policies and goals like this are hollow without infrastructure. New York State's Returnable Container Act, commonly referred to as the Bottle Bill, has proven to provide measurably effective waste reduction infrastructure since its enactment in 1982. And now, after 41 years, It's time to update this legislation, and we strongly support the proposed amendment known as the Bigger, Better Bottle Bill. Modernizing this legislation would yield remarkable results, according to ReLoop North America, from an impressive 85% reduction in litter to more high-value materials being recycled each year, and a meaningful addition to the state's economy, a powerful reduction in carbon emissions, and significant savings in resources for New York cities and towns. The updated bottle bill would eliminate an estimated 20,000 of the 500,000 tons of waste that New York City exports yearly to Seneca Meadows landfill alone. Just one of the upstate landfills and incinerators that currently accepts New York City's waste and is bursting at the seams, Seneca Meadows is soon to become one of the tallest man-made structures in upstate New York. We have to stop the flow of waste to these facilities. Including more drink containers and increasing the deposit from 5 to 10 cents will build upon our most effective materials recovery infrastructure system. Assigning a value to these materials and making that value accessible to everyone provides a strong motivator to return these containers for the people who buy them and for the canners who clean our streets and waste streams, and to provide their infrastructure at no cost to taxpayers. Thank you very much for convening this important discussion. We urge you to modernize this effective, proven policy and expand this tested, successful infrastructure. And finally, the swabs honor the memory of Ryan Thorson Carson, who worked passionately to advance the Bigger, Better Bottle Bill.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Alexis Goldsmith, and I'm Director of Community Organizing for Beyond Plastics. We're an organization dedicated to ending plastic pollution. New York has seen the benefits of the bottle bill over the past 40 years, a 70% decline in litter, waste diversion, and improved recycling of materials, and reduced greenhouse gas emissions. And these can be improved on by modernizing the law. We need to increase the refundable deposit to 10 cents, a relatively modest increase. We need to put a deposit on non-carbonated beverages, and we need to do more. The bill should be amended to include a provision requiring that 25% of beverage bottles with a deposit are refillable within a refill system by 2030. This target is in line with public commitments that Coca-Cola has already made to address its plastic footprint. Plastic bottles have had devastating impacts on ecosystems. 1 million PET plastic bottles are produced every minute. So over the course of my testimony, that's 3 million plastic bottles. They are not likely to ever be turned into new bottles because when plastic is recycled, its quality degrades, and they are usually downcycled into products like fleece. Up to 34 billion 1-liter PET bottles enter the ocean every year. Years of global brand audits have shown that the world's largest beverage companies are also the world's largest plastic polluters. Single-use plastic bottles have an enormous impact on the climate and fence-line communities, including here in New York, where we have 10 waste incinerators, which are a very large source of heavy metal and particulate matter emissions. Up until the 1970s, Coca-Cola worked with local bottlers to distribute soda in refillable glass bottles with a refundable deposit, resulting in a near 100% return rate and multiple refills. It's time to bring back refill in combination with deposits. Refill has enormous economic potential. The reverse logistics of getting back, washing, and redistributing bottles would create jobs and could even be incorporated into the existing system. Refillable glass provides the most environmental benefits and health protections. And refill statutes are supported by the Climate Law Scoping Plan and the DEC Draft Solid Waste Management Plan. We also recommend a definition of recycling, which clearly prohibits highly polluting, expensive chemical recycling technologies from counting as real recycling. And finally, it's sad to see that redemption centers across the state are closing or at risk of closing because they can't afford to operate. Senator May and Assemblymember Glick are carrying a bill that would direct the DEC to distribute grant funds from unclaimed deposits to support redemption infrastructure. Priority funding should be given to redemption centers in low-income communities where there are not existing supermarkets. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to answering any questions.
Do you want to reset the clock? All right. Good afternoon. My name is Blair Horner. I'm Executive Director of NYPIRG, New York Public Interest Research Group. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on this important subject, and thank you to Senator May and Assemblywoman Fahey for your kind comments earlier. As you know, New York State and the nation is facing serious crises. High on the list is the ongoing and worsening climate disaster resulting from the burning of fossil fuels and the growing difficulty in appropriately disposing of solid waste. These are two critical issues and they are interrelated. The issue today is focused on one sliver of a comprehensive response, the state's 40-year-old bottle deposit law. Our review of New York's plans for responding to the twin crises of climate and solid waste is the unifying theme that the state must develop a circular economy. And a circular economy is, depending on how you read it, it's defined really on basically not creating lots of waste and relying on recycling, reuse, composting, remanufacture of waste products. The bottle deposit law is a good example of a program that is consistent with a circular economy. Of course, any 40-year-old program could use review and an upgrade. This hearing and the testimonies you've heard and will soon hear offer important measures to make the program work better, most notably, expand the number of beverage containers that are covered by the law. As you know, covered beverage containers are far more likely than non-covered to be recycled. Get the grant program moving to bolster redemption centers and access to technologies. A more widespread use of technologies will also help boost compliance and efficiency. Update the handling fee to reflect inflation and based on the needs of entities complying with the program. Boost the deposit from a nickel to a dime. That move would generate as much as $200 million for the state, save municipalities at least $70 million, and help boost redemption rates closer to 85, as you heard earlier, or 90%. Not to do so leaves money on the table. A comprehensive expansion and modernization of the bottle deposit law is a win-win-win. It helps deal with the climate crisis, helps deal with the solid waste crisis, and generates money for the state and local governments. NYPIRG urges that you ensure that the bottle deposit law is modernized and that the system itself is improved. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Certainly in thinking about how we would go about this, if we were to expand the number of products, iced teas, for instance, the 42 varieties that exist in each store, how do you respond to the complaint that there's space concerns, that there's so many more products that they would have to handle? Is there any thought given to that?
Well, I mean, you know, it's obviously different in different places, and it's certainly coming up with space in Manhattan that's bigger than a postage stamp is very expensive to come up with. Technology is one potential solution, certainly. I know there have been some discussions on having a minimum cutoff. The smaller sized entities would be exempt. But again, I think technology is really where that's going to have to work. And there are states that have broader programs that collect containers now, and the state could learn from those experiences. The issue of space is not unique.
I would say that it's critical that we save our redemption centers because if there are no redemption centers, then return to retail is the only option for redeeming containers. And retailers will see a lot more bottles if redemption centers continue to close. And we have an excellent redemption center on the next panel. Sure, we can. But in general, when I lived in Troy, New York, which didn't have a supermarket within walking distance, there were 2 redemption centers within 2 blocks of me, and I would put all of my deposit containers in one bag and take it to the redemption center because they can accept all of the materials, and it was the most convenient for me. So with more redemption centers, better access, less pressure on retailers.
Just a PS, I mean, a lot of businesses are supposed to take the redeemable containers back, and you know, who knows if they do. It sounded like on the last testifier that enforcement is a big issue. And so we urge you to certainly do whatever you can to boost enforcement of the law. The best law in the world only works if it's enforced.
And
Just to underscore the redemption center issue, my neighborhood, I used to take my bottles and cans back for redemption all the time, and as my neighborhood gentrified, we lost our redemption center. So I'm not able to do that anymore, and this law would help.
In the area of refill, I know, as you stated, Alexis, there's a commitment from a major bottler to go to that. What do you think is the practicality across all of the different product lines to move towards refillables?
Well, practically, we need refill infrastructure, the reverse logistics, like I mentioned, so washing facilities. The collection can be incorporated into the existing redemption system. They're already taking the bottles back. So it's just a matter of washing the bottles and then redistributing them. And, this could be done either the producers can get together collectively to do this. They could voluntarily form a PRO to do this, or they could do it on their own across the different sectors. For example, wine could get together to collect the wine bottles and redistribute them. It doesn't necessarily mean that they have to get their specific wine bottle back if there's a standard wine bottle. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think it's an answer. I don't know that it is falls into the realm of reality. I think certainly for producers, to some extent, marketing is their material, is the product is part of the marketing, and so having a quote standard bottle doesn't necessarily work if what you're trying to do is have something that stands out in the marketplace. So I appreciate the thought, but I'm not sure that is something that we could require or...
Well, I'm sorry, I'm not saying require a standard bottle, but the producers would decide how they want to fulfill that requirement. And what we're recommending isn't 100% refill, just 25% refill by 2030.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all for your testimony. I also join colleagues in offering condolences for Ryan's passing. It was a shocking, and he was an inspiration on a lot of ways. Question is kind of a general question. We as chairs are sort of like air traffic controllers trying to guide things onto the runway. And I have heard divergent opinions. Do EPR first, then do bottle bill, then do EPR, expand bottle bill, don't expand bottle bill, include things in EPR. So to assist us as the air traffic controllers, and you may have 4 different opinions, that's fine, if you would weigh in on any of those subjects.
Who wants to be first on the tarmac?
I think they're two great tastes that go great together.
From our point of view, I think we agree that they make sense to be dealt with simultaneously, because you're trying to deal with a serious problem, which is all the generation of packaging waste. And now the extended producer responsibility packaging legislation is different, though, than the bottle. And so our view is all beverage containers should be dealt with in a system that already exists, and we think has been road tested now for 40 years.
So that would be expanding to
Yes.
other types of bottles.
Beverage containers.
Got it.
In one, non-beverage containers in another.
Others?
Well, I think these two bills are critical together. As we know in the EPR bill, beverage bottles that have a deposit are not included in the EPR bill. So if EPR passes first, those tea bottles, those sports drink bottles, nips, they're all going to fall under EPR, which is going to be a much bigger headache for the beverage companies to have to join the PRO and meet the requirements of the 50% reduction in plastic and the recycling requirements. But that being said, I think considering the bottle bill as a companion for EPR, and when we're thinking about the packaging waste that comes from beverage bottles, we also want to have some of those eco-modulated standard fees. I mean, sorry, not fees. There's no PRO with the bottle bill, so there's no fees required. But we want to have some of those eco standards that are addressing, actually reducing waste at the source in the bottle bill, like what Senator Fahey was getting at with post-consumer recycled content requirements. And refill is the gold standard for the environment.
Yeah, I would just add, and to your point, there is a beverage bottler in Westchester. They're one of the largest in the country that's actually using 100% recycled bottles right now, and that's without any laws. So that's a great message to the marketplace that corporate responsibility can exist, and that this is possible even before our legislation. So thank you all.
Assemblymember Fahey.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks to all for your testimony, and a couple of my questions were already answered. But I want to, start by saying I very much appreciate the comments of each of you, and look forward to tomorrow. Maybe you're the same panel coming back tomorrow for the EPR hearing. But all good, and but also I think we'd all would like to see these move. I'm going to start with a question from my colleague who's up in the audience there, Assemblywoman Carrie Warner. Who wondered if anyone on the panel thinks an immediate increase in the handling fee for the redemption centers would help, be more helpful than a grant program targeting the redemption centers where there is no supermarket nearby. Not sure if there's a quick response to that, because I want to get to a quick question of mine.
I'm going to say again, those are two great tastes that taste great together. Both would be good, because it's redemption centers are in need of help to get this.
Okay.
Going.
I mean, we look at it as tackle this issue in a comprehensive way, because a lot of these things are sort of work together. The size of the deposit, the handling fee, the money for the redemption center programs, so the grant program. I mean, all of those things are sort of interwoven in the law. So we think the response is not necessarily to not do anything, but to certainly pass a comprehensive bill.
Okay, and then
we've supported raising the hand.
A quick question. Senator Harckham just mentioned Colorado. Are there any other states that really are a model here? And can you start, any of you, by telling us how many states currently have a 10-cent deposit fee, and what it might take? Do we, a separate related question, do we currently have a recycling rate for the single-use plastic bottles? Is it high enough for the recycled plastic and consumer demand to meet that need? Because we've run into that pushback on related bills that I have here. Go ahead.
Sure. I can't say for certain how many states have a 10-cent deposit. It's 10 states that have a deposit. Oregon and Michigan have a 10-cent deposit, and their redemption rates are higher than ours. And certainly, as Mr. Vitale said, the PET plastic that is collected through deposit is recycled at a higher rate than the curbside recycling programs. Now, the question about turning plastic into new bottles is tricky, because plastic cannot be effectively recycled. Every time it's recycled, the material degrades. And so turning plastic bottles into new bottles hasn't been feasible for the beverage companies, and generally it's downcycled into things like polyester.
Mm-hmm.
So even though the bottles that are collected for recycling are technically recycled, and I would argue they're downcycled, they're not displacing new plastic being made into bottles. So that's why I'm advocating for refill.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
All right, with that, we'll go to Senator May.
Thank you, and thank you all for your testimony. I wanted to thank Rhonda for mentioning Seneca Meadows landfill, which is just west of my district. And one of the things you didn't mention, but it's really important, is the trucks that carry all the waste from New York City go right through Syracuse, and sometimes they go off the road, off the highway, and through some of the smaller villages in my district. And they're a real problem too. So when we talk about there being a lack of space for holding the bottles in places downstate, we're running out of space upstate to put all of the waste from New York City as well. So I wanted to ask you all to comment on something that we've heard from some municipal recyclers, regional recycling agencies that have voiced concerns that expanding the types of containers that would apply to the bottle bill would remove from their revenue streams some valuable commodities. And I would like to hear your response to that. Sadly, they're not here today to testify, so we're not going to get to hear from them. But if they were to bring that up, how would you respond?
Are you asking me?
Any
Okay.
of you.
Okay. Well, this is just another reason that these two bills go hand in hand. You know, I mentioned the issue with passing EPR before the bottle bill is then those non-deposit containers fall into EPR. Well, if we pass the bottle bill first, then as you say, the valuable commodities are taken out of recycling. So we need to pass EPR so that we are putting the cost of recycling onto the producers, and they're going to have to pay for it through the fees from the PRO. And also the EPR bill, which I'm not testifying on today, will help reduce the materials that are going to recyclers that is not valuable, that cannot be effectively recycled. So it's just one other underscore, I guess, for why these bills are so important to move together.
And I mean, you could ask one of the future panels, a woman from Reloop is going to testify, and I believe they haven't, I always feel weird about mentioning someone else's research, so you could also ask her, and she can tell you more clearly. But my understanding is that they've done an analysis which shows that on balance, if you look at even loss of valuable recyclable materials, but you look at the reduction in the amount of truckage and the work of picking up the waste, then on balance it's a net plus for municipalities. I believe their estimate is $70 million. So that
70 million, you said?
Yeah, statewide. And so, of course, she'll yell at me if I'm wrong, but I think that's my understanding.
Thank you.
I would just add that, we do urge that if we do start to see shortfalls, say we can't let the municipal programs go to waste. And we do think that some of the unclaimed deposits should go to bolstering the programs.
Thank you.
Assemblymember Brian Manklow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Alexis, just a question back to, you had made a comment about a refillable system. How do you see that working, and how do we see that working for an average family, especially in upstate New York or in a rural community where we're going to have to take those refillables someplace. We're going to have to use fuel to get them there. We're going to have to clean them. And what chemicals would we be using to clean them? And how do we make this energy neutral or energy negative if we want to make this a system that works for an average family?
Sure. So a refill system wouldn't substantially affect the way you redeem your deposit containers. For the average family, it would just be the same as taking your deposit containers back to redeem the deposit, and that's where it ends. The refill system would be the beverage companies taking back their containers to be washed and refilled. And as I said, that infrastructure could be incorporated into the existing redemption system, and it could be built out locally in hubs throughout the state to create jobs. Now, the climate impacts of refill are preferable to single-use bottles. I know that the reverse logistics of getting the bottles back involves more trucking, but because we're not using raw materials to make new bottles, we're saving on climate impacts. And in fact, a life cycle assessment, one of the first life cycle assessments that we know of, done in the 1960s by Coca-Cola, and was also recreated by the EPA in 1974, found that glass bottles that are refilled at least 10 times are far and away the best environmental choice for beverages.
Okay. You're talking about Coca-Cola.
It was Coca-Cola that did that study, yes.
So you and your organization, how many businesses, industries have you talked to directly about this, whether the Coca-Cola, Pepsi-Cola, a Mountain Dew, whatever it is? How many businesses have you actually talked to, and who are they?
I have not talked to Coca-Cola or Pepsi directly. I have a friend that has a winery near where I live, and they're in Washington County, and I've talked to him about the reverse logistics, and it would certainly be an adjustment. This would require an upfront investment for producers, but the return on investment for taxpayers would be huge, and the producers would get a return on investment because reusing materials is much cheaper than using raw materials for new bottles.
So talking about your friend who has a winery, would there be a tax break for that business? How do we get them to where you want to go with this and make it affordable so they can stay in business? How do we do that?
Well, if we require a 25% refill in the statute, it wouldn't be up to us to tell the companies how to do it. It would be left up to them to figure out how they want to meet that requirement, unless they tell us that they want us to tell them how to do it, but I doubt that that will be the case.
So it's going to be on them to figure out how they're going to fund it then?
Well, currently it's on the municipal recyclers and the taxpayers to figure out what to do with waste from beverage bottles. So this is just helping to reduce the waste that we're already trying to figure out how to do with. And again, the best solution to deal with waste that's reaffirmed in the climate law scoping plan, in the DEC draft solid waste management plan, is to replace single-use systems with refill systems.
Okay. I'm out of time, but thank you, and I will send you a few emails, okay? Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Assemblymember Epstein.
Yeah, if I can stay on the refill system just for a minute. So we assume that there'll be a higher quality container for the refill system. Is that the expectation?
Well, that would be it depends. Glasses can already be refilled. It would be up to the company to decide, how they want to design their bottles to be refilled.
And so you're saying on the consumer side, it would look the same because they'd have to, whatever it be, the 10-cent deposit, they would return it. The company would decide what would be refilled and what not to be refilled. And how would that work with the redemption center to know what was going to one direction, one stream versus another stream?
Well, I think it wouldn't be up to the redemption center. It would be up to the distributors who then pick up the bottles and cans from the redemption centers. But, maybe they would have to separate some materials. They might have to work with the distributors to figure that out. In terms of reverse vending machines, I know that in Europe, where they have refill systems already, there is a soft drop to the vending machines so that the glass doesn't break when it's dropped inside the vending machine. So slight modifications.
Great. So do you know how the redemption centers feel about this refillable system? Because obviously if we want to do this, we have to make sure that it works on all levels.
Well, I can't speak for them, but you can definitely ask Ryan Castalia, who will be on the future panel.
Yeah, sure. But you've heard from them?
I talk to them regularly. I've talked to Martin Narrow of Empire State Redemption. I've worked with many redemption centers as part of the Bottle Bill 40 Coalition. And, they just had the question of, well, how would it work? Because they have to crush their containers. And so, again, the soft drop and not crushing containers that are marked for refill.
Great. And then just practically for the consumer, they would see no difference, right? Because it would be whatever, they would buy something in the store, it would get redeemed. It would go to one avenue would be a refill versus another avenue would be a recycle. With the consumer, it would be seamless, if that's what you're saying.
That's what I would expect, yes.
Great. And then, so we're talking about 25%. How do we ensure that each company, and do you feel like there should be a cost associated with the companies that don't get to 25% by 2030?
Well, certainly we would need to work out the details of enforcement, but because there's no PRO, I would at least recommend some reporting requirements. Ask, how many bottles did you put out on deposit? How many did you accept back? How many did you get back? How many did you wash? And how many did you redistribute?
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
This panel will be Chuck Regal, Senior Vice President for Public Affairs, Director of Compliance for Tombra, and Elizabeth Falcon, the Director of ReLoop North America.
They want to go first. You first? It's me first. Want me to go first? Okay. Hi, good afternoon, Chair Harcum and Glick and members of the committee. I was looking at some previous testimony and realizing it's been about 4 years since we've had the committees together like this to talk about the bottle bill, so I'm looking forward to this chance. To introduce myself again, my name is Chuck Regal. I'm the Senior Vice President for Public Affairs and Deposit Return Compliance for TOMRA. In addition to working in New York State, I get the chance to work on circular economy policy and particularly bottle bills throughout the U.S. and Canada. TOMRA, if you're not familiar with us, we provide reverse vending technology, clearinghouse services, and material recovery services to provide convenient, cost-effective, and secure container redemption systems for consumers, grocers, and the needs of beverage companies. We also provide AI and infrared technology to help with the sorting at curbside MRFs and plastics recycling facilities. We want to reaffirm our support for New York's bottle bill and consider with you how to thoughtfully modernize it. In addition to today's hearing, we want to add that we do support DEC stakeholder process related to regulations, and we want to share and I guess reiterate the comments made earlier around the fact that EPR and the bottle bill, that the policies are complementary, and we need to consider beverage containers when we consider both of those. So in the testimony, I've provided some graphics. I think it's helpful. It's a little tough to go through in the 3 minutes here, but give you some sense that in New York, TOMRA is a full-service solutions provider. So not just the iconic RVMs you might see in the store, but also we're providing those services throughout the value chain. We service different customers like the retailers and the redemption centers, as well as carrying out the interests as a third-party pickup agent and having partnerships with beverage companies. In upstate New York, for example, those partnerships consist of TOMRA New York Recycling, Western New York BIX, providing the pickup and processing services with plants across the state from Lancaster, Farmington, Syracuse, and Rotterdam, and working downstate in the Bronx. We even have a glass beneficiating operation which feeds the 2 glass furnaces, bottle furnaces in the state. Right now, outside of New York, TOMRA and other stakeholders are getting some firsthand experience in what modernizing a deposit system is like. We don't get a chance to update the programs too often, sometimes a decade plus. We're getting those learnings in Connecticut and to the north in Quebec. Connecticut has also had similar interests. It has decided to expand its program to more containers beyond water, increase its handling fee to a number just shy of New York's, and raise its deposit from 5 to 10 cents, and this will happen in January. It has also adopted a policy that New York did by allowing beverage distributors to retain some of the unredeemed deposits so that they could use that money to reinvest in the infrastructure. Good. When we look at modernizing a bottle bill, we try to recommend that stakeholders consider 5 key principles to try to keep the proposals focused on how to have a high-performing program. We're looking at circularity, and that's the ability to make sure that all the containers, the material quality is maintained and can be used for its higher-end purposes of recycling and creating that circular economy. Setting performance targets and setting expectations around convenience targets. So as we consider new technologies or new ways to redeem for consumers, that they have access to redemption points. We want to make sure that redemption is easy and accessible to all consumers, the original ones, the people that do the pickup, let's say the informal economy, and the folks that can't get to large grocery stores, maybe have to because of food deserts. We want to consider system management. This is when it gets a little wonky. We consider things like product registration, making sure that containers that we add would fit the RVM system. And of course, encouraging the reinvestment of the unredeemed deposits in the system. And final thing, and it's been mentioned today in terms of fraud, but we look at it as system integrity, and that's maintaining proper accounting standards, using data, and relying on things like compaction to make sure containers can't be re-redeemed. I provided a number of ideas here, and I'm happy to talk about this program anytime, and just want to thank you for having me here today.
Good afternoon, Chairs Harcum and Glick, and esteemed members of the Committee on Environmental Conservation. Thank you for the opportunity to submit testimony in support of comprehensive modernization of New York's Returnable Container Act, or Bottle Bill. My name is Elizabeth Balkin. I am the North America Director for RELOOP, an international nonprofit organization which pairs research and analysis with multi-stakeholder engagement to advance policies to accelerate the circular economy. In many jurisdictions outside the US, deposit return systems routinely achieve a 90% or higher redemption rate. The Bottle Bill modernization proposed comes with a huge range of environmental, climate, economic, and social benefits for all parties involved, even the producers who fund the system. Modern deposit systems are the world's most effective extended producer responsibility program. And equally worth mentioning, bottle bills don't just improve recycling. As we've heard, bottle bills play a critical role in enabling the reduction of single-use packaging by making a refillable beverage sector possible. That's a waste reduction and climate outcome I know we would all like to see materialize. A modern deposit system and the myriad of benefits that come with it are well within reach for New York if the legislature acts to modernize this program. Thus, we support current modernization with amendments and hope for urgent action. For deposit systems to achieve a 90% or higher return rate, people need to be able to return close to home. And that's true whether the user is an individual, a business, or a canner, which is why we propose interventions for each of these user types to make redemption easier in New York City and throughout the state without burdening small businesses. First, bottle bill legislation should explicitly make distributors responsible for the collection of bottle bill containers from businesses like bars and restaurants where beverages are consumed on premise. At present, these establishments have no way to redeem large quantities of containers. By our estimate, these businesses, which are the heartbeat of our economy and the soul of New York City, are forced to forfeit $55 to $60 million per year in bottle bill deposits, which is instead turned over to the state and beverage brands. If distributors use the same trucks to collect empties as they do to deliver new inventory, which is an acceptable and sanitary practice done throughout Western and Northern Europe, these reverse logistics will lead to fewer trucks on the road, reduce congestion and emissions, and reduce the waste management burden environmental communities currently face, in addition to their direct environmental benefits. Even more inspiring, these operations promote the use of and circulation of refillable bottles with the additional benefit of reducing distributor costs. Brands will pay less if their beverages are in refillable containers. This isn't a fantasy, it's the reality in many parts of the world, including the more than 87% of beer and more than 50% of all beverages consumed in refillable bottles in Germany today. All that and more is possible in New York by obligating distributor container take-back. Second, we recommend added legislative requirements to expand and enhance the redemption network. ReLoop modeled a convenient bottle bill system in New York City and found that more than 7,400 return points are needed in the city alone to guarantee convenient redemption. Legislative improvements to promote such a network can easily be found elsewhere. For example, Quebec recently made many of the same adjustments to its system, including specific population-based and volume-based requirements for network expansion. Finally, to bring about a more fraud-proof system where service providers are paid fairly for their work, we recommend the bill require unit-specific tracking and restrict unnecessary container sorting. I recently had the opportunity to see Lithuania's deposit return system, which achieves a more than 90% return rate. It's a mostly automated system, but one of the secrets to its success is a unit-specific tracking and counting system. All cans and bottles, even the ones collected manually, like those from New York's redemption centers, are barcode counted, verified, and reported. Not only does this mitigate fraud and enhance system integrity, it also removes the need altogether for extraneous sorting informally required of redemption centers and canners in New York. At present, manual container collectors perform more than 200 sorts by container material, producer, and beverage type before they can be paid by the producer or distributor. That's simply too much work for 3.5 cents per container. By mandating producer-funded counting centers and enabling commingling, these are critical ingredients to achieve fair pay for service providers, a key principle of modern DRS. Modernizing bottle bills is not easy. I therefore commend you for your efforts to bring much-needed reforms to New York's bottle bill and humbly offer whatever expertise or support I can. Our full set of recommendations are offered in detail in our written testimony. Thank you.
Thank you both very much for your testimony. You both bring a more global perspective to this than as we focus on New York State. I want to sort of piggyback on a question that Assemblymember Fahey asked earlier. So who is the gold standard when it comes to bottle bills, and what do we need to do to get there? It's for both of you.
Senator Harckham, I would ask by which metric? If you're talking about return rates, Germany's the clear leader with 98% or even higher. If you're talking about the closed loop recycling, again, systems that can achieve a more than 90% collection rate are the gold standard. This is the case for not just Germany, Denmark, Finland, Norway, and a lot of the newcomers, even some of the former Soviet Republic states. So Lithuania, as mentioned, Latvia as well.
And Elizabeth answered the question well. It's difficult to, I've been asked that before, like what are the examples? And there are many examples of countries that do things well and some that don't. New York has a good bones of a program. It's just some aspects need to be fixed, adjusted. It's tough to do it through the legislative process because it just takes time, but they can make those adjustments. What we did do, and I included a graphic there in my testimony, was surveyed all the markets in which we work and try to identify of all the high-performing ones that had the good metrics, seemed to provide good service to the public. What about them was made them successful? And that's where we came up with those 6 principles and some design elements on how to draft the policy.
Great, thank you both.
Yep.
A couple of questions. On the reverse vending machines, how do you determine where they get located? Do people apply for them, and how much do they cost?
So we'd love to see them everywhere possible. So it's more a function of the responsibility of the program for take back is historically and probably in every market has been on retailers. And retailers have been motivated to not, to try to figure out ways to automate the process. This is how we invented them back in the 1970s. There was a need of retailers to figure out how to automate the service, do the count, allow the consumer to make it a self-service option, and then The other benefits when we come to the States are that now we're compacting containers, we have beverage distributors involved, they need the data, they need to do reconciliation, the pickup, so the machines not only provide that first point of value for the retailer, but they have the downstream benefits. We're primarily looking where there's volume. And now the reverse vending machines you see in the stores were designed for stores, and they can be used for large formats and small formats. Small formats have benefited in the Northeast because companies like ours and our competitors have changed the financing model. So we're not selling the equipment, it's called an operating lease. So, and with the handling fee, because the states in the Northeast, Massachusetts, Connecticut, New York, Vermont, have all decided to include handling fees in their method. A portion of that can be used to finance the cost of machines. So the retailers are paying somewhere between a penny and a half, a penny and 3/4 a container. So a portion of the handling fee, not the whole handling fee. But they could use that, and it's based on volume that's returned in the stores. We try to make those estimates with the stores on how many machines they need in their bottle rooms, but our companies are actually holding the paper on the equipment. Now, some companies, the Wegmans, has decided, they like, maybe they prefer to finance on their own, and they'll buy the equipment. But that's what it's coming down to. Is this equipment will last 7 to 10 years. It's that kind of exercise.
So, and the process, their interaction with you, you have the equipment, well, if it's expanded, how much retooling, if any, would need to be done to an existing reverse vending machine of yours should the product line be dramatically expanded?
Okay, that's a good question. And it left sort of a part out too, that we are or have been developing over the last 10 years technology for high volume redemption centers. They've been implemented in the Oregon program for a while, so it's not the standalone machines. These are able to process containers in ways that the redemption centers like to serve their customers with bulk processing. And doing the same, introducing that also into New York State as well. That technology, just like the technology in the store, still needs to perform certain functions, and that's accepting the containers from the consumer and also providing a valid, accurate count that then allows us to commingle the brands. The containers that are being considered for expansion, and we went through this in Connecticut, there are some size limits that we'll recommend. We can't accept containers that are a gallon in size. But what we noticed was when we applied it to what the legislators wanted to add, was that we were able to accept 99% of the containers to be included. So if you can imagine, there's a lower size limit and an upper size limit. We're able to take 3-liter soda bottles today. We can take small containers of a certain size, 6 ounces of a water bottle. Material types too. We have limitations on the foil pouches. We can't take those. We have started taking aseptic packaging and cartons in some markets. Still unclear as to what to do with them once we've collected them, but that's what the market wanted in Australia. But that's so we're focusing on the plastics, the metals, and the glass, the primary items. No retooling required.
Got it. I'll come back.
All right, thank you. Now we go to Senator Rachel May.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. I wanted to start off with Mr. Regal just asking about one of the concerns I've heard about RVMs is that glass tends to break in them, and I'm wondering if we're talking about refilling as a goal. Is that an issue, or can they be designed so that glass containers stay whole?
So the short answer is yes. When we break the glass is broken on purpose to save with space. That's typically why we have compaction of the PET and the metal as well. How the colors are mixed or not depends on the end user, if we can get it to a beneficiator that has a color sorter or not. So all of this is understood. It's not unintentional, mistakes that we're hearing those noises. The first RVMs were designed for refillable bottles. So this is back in 1972. That's what the markets in Europe had at the time. So they could be single feed, they could be returned in crates, they could be returned in systems that you're not familiar with, or we're not familiar with here in the States, where they have back rooms and the containers are sort of all with the intention to try to minimize minimize work, but also help with storage. So you always have to imagine that things were done manually and there was plenty of space use. So we just haven't, we haven't had a refillable RVM in the US. Maybe when I got started with the company over 20 years ago.
Okay.
Because some of the beer was coming down from Canada. But we do work in Canada too, and that's where you'll see
That's
that.
possible, yeah. And then Ms. Balkin, I appreciate your comments about the barcodes. We have issues with interstate commerce here that we actually had to take that out of this bill, but I'd love to work with you on the details of it. But if you have just a few seconds, can you explain that $70 million question that I asked at the previous panel about why this isn't going to hurt municipal recyclers?
Yeah, absolutely. So we also have our sort of elements of high-performing deposit return systems, and that's something that we've documented in we conducted a comprehensive study for New York State and for the Northeast states that have bottle bills. So that's detailed in our study, and in particular, you can find in that, for the New York section, a detailed analysis of how an expanded and enhanced bottle bill would impact municipalities. So we did a full cost accounting, which means that we didn't just look at one specific impact, which alluded to earlier was the anticipated revenue loss by that material, the valuable PET and aluminum, being redirected through a separate collection system, which is the bottle bill. We do account for that, but obviously, and that's also been part of the haulers study, the NWRA study conducted by RRS to look at the impact. But as acknowledged even by RRS, there are additional impacts, and that's what we looked at. So it's the impact would be felt both in addition to the anticipated revenue loss to MRFs and municipalities that may run or operate MRFs, material recovery facilities. There would also be an expected dramatic decline in tonnage. So that declining tonnage, because you're taking it out of the city program, could result, we are confident that it very likely would result in reduced collection fees. But more importantly, there is a direct and certain decline in the amount of tonnage that needs to be paid to dispose of or paid to the recycling facilities, the MRFs, to process. And so those budgetary burdens on cities would decline. They're talking about less tonnage, so they would have less fees associated with the disposal and processing of that material. The final piece is that you would have, you might say, well, then the MRFs are going to have to increase their tip fees. We included that in our analysis. So even though there are some increased costs, the savings would more than exceed the increased costs.
Thank you.
I just wanted to also add, there was a question earlier about the refillables and the target that my colleague mentioned. It's important, I think, that we think about the mechanics of how these containers would be collected, for example, at an RVM, or how the consumer would deal with it. We've also done analysis that looks at how you could get to 25% with just business-to-business refillable operations. In other words, without even bringing the consumer into this. So I want you just to think about that as, there are going to be necessary changes in behavior. I would argue that the marketing concerns can easily be overcome by really fancy labels that you see all over Europe. But even just acknowledging that there may be some change in behavior needed, we can do this. There's low-hanging fruit just by having the businesses use a closed-loop system of refillable beverages.
Assemblymember Otis.
Elizabeth, question for you. Love the fact that you folks have done great research on all this stuff. Be most interested, maybe you could share with us some of the studies that show the savings for producers by moving to a refillable model rather than the current practice by most.
Yeah, I'd be delighted to. I was recently had the opportunity to see these systems in action. So I have a lot of video content. We can show you how an RVM in Germany and elsewhere works that takes the refillables. But the simple answer, although we have lots of data for you, is when we asked the people involved in that system, and this included the producers, the supermarkets, the distributors that all play a role in this market, we said, why is Germany so supportive of this? And they looked at us like we were idiots. They said, because it's cheaper. It's cheaper.
That's great. So if you could share more of that information with us offline, that would be great. But thank
I'd be
you
delighted.
both for your valuable testimony. Good work.
Assemblymember Epstein.
Yeah, if I can just continue on where Assemblymember Otis was at. So I understand, so can you talk about the loop system without the consumer involved? You're saying businesses, are you talking about commercial businesses? Are you talking about, well, what kind of loop system you're talking about? Or, so, I at least understand a little more.
Yeah, absolutely. So throughout Europe, which includes both countries that have deposit return systems and even those that don't, Spain, Belgium, key examples of non-bottle bill countries, there is a very well-organized network of distributors that they own the bottle, right? It's sort of you decouple the ownership of the container from the brand, right? And so now you have, it's called a pooled system. So you have someone who's managing those bottles, and they say to Coke or whomever, basically, we'll lease you this bottle, and then we're going to be in charge of getting that bottle back and getting it washed and getting it returned to the bottler or the brewery if it's beer. And so the way that would work, for example, in a restaurant or bar, is the distributor would deliver the inventory, crates of beer, and then when the beer bottle is empty, instead of it going into the waste stream, it would be collected by the same distributor using the reverse logistics. So they would deliver the inventory and take the empties in the same thing, and then in the same truck. And then those bottles would be consolidated and, as I said, washed and refilled.
So you're talking about that happening in a commercial context. Are you saying that would still happen in a supermarket context as well? So someone would do the returns to the supermarket, and the person who owned that bottle in theory would take that bottle back. And how would you have a redemption system to define where the bottle came from?
Yeah, so what I'm saying is as a first step, it could be introduced just as a business-to-business operational scheme. In fact, you don't actually need legislation. It could be done voluntarily, but as we've seen, the trends have been for the increase of single-use packaging. But the idea is that, like, if you stay at a hotel or if you go to a restaurant, they're basically asking of their distributors, we want to serve, if it's, let's just take an example, the Hyatt in New York City, and they say, look, we want our residents, our guests to drink water out of a nice glass refillable beverage. So we want you to distribute us this bottle. And then they collect it, and the distributor takes it back, and then, there's a whole system to manage its, as I said, cleaning and refilling. But, one thing about the emissions and the water use and the energy use, refillable containers are usually more within a couple turns or rotations. They're delivering massive environmental benefits. I mean, even a single-use glass bottle has to be washed before it's filled.
Thank you.
How was it initiated in Europe? How do we change the culture here? What are the ways in which it started up?
Well, I think one of the enabling factors is that it didn't stop, right? We had it too. In fact,
right. Yes, milk bottles grew up we put them out, we took them in, we put them back out, and that was there. But,
But policy has been supportive in Europe to either retain the refillable market or, in the case of places like France, to reintroduce reusable systems, reuse systems.
Is there a startup cost that we would hear some irritation about?
Yes, I mean, you are, what you're
just-
alluding
just,
to
you
is
know.
correct. It's not different than, say, electric vehicles, right? You need to invest in charging infrastructure. You need to make sure that you're actually not giving the alternative an advantage, but you're leveling the playing field so that the competing technology or improved environmental technology can actually survive. So in that way, you would need additional infrastructure like washing stations, and someone's going to have to pay for it. The companies, if they were to invest, would receive payback on that investment over time. But obviously, if there are state funds, and some states in the U.S. are already doing this, California being one example, they're taking money and putting it into a grant program to support the initiation of this sector. It could also be one of the earmarked uses of the unclaimed deposits, which is what we would recommend.
On the RVMs, you said something about the volume and also about the size of the materials. The machines themselves are of different sizes, or is that a standard? So that if someplace that happens to be on a very busy corner but is a small retailer, and there's no supermarket. Lots of places in Manhattan don't have supermarkets anymore. So if somebody wanted to put one of these in, are they all of a standard size? Because the ones I've seen upstate, they're not small machines.
No, I mean, it's all relative, right? If you saw what a bottle room was doing, if it was taking those containers back manually, you'd think that they were small machines, right? But they're the size, right? They're the size of a soda machine. The in-feed and the recognition chambers so we can do the identification of the barcode is what we're reading, because the barcode is pre-registered with us as a system operator. And we know which brand owns the container, owning in the sense of owning responsibility of the fees associated with it, as well as the material. We also have the material pre-registered, and we have to make the identification: is that container going to be accepted or not? Do we give it back to the consumer, or do we take it in and compact it? So those standards, I mean, that's a standard size actually globally, and that's because beverage containers, for the most part, 99, 97 to 90, depending if we're including wine and liquor, are pretty fall within a certain size range. Many were around for years, and now we've got to see different marketing, which is fine, and we've had to change our recognition because of that. We do have some, when you look at this bill, next time take a walk down the aisles, maybe a little bit more. I mean, I spent a lot of time on that, specifically with Connecticut, because we wanted to have a seamless experience for both the consumer and the retailer, and we recognized we could not just accept anything that carries a beverage. So we came up with specific sizes to put into the statute, so that at the end of the day, the retailers and consumers knew that they could just go to one place to redeem their containers. Maine, unfortunately, is an example of a state that didn't do that, and they've got 2 to 3% of their containers they have to go to counter service to return. So we said, let's be smart about it and try to avoid that. We had some of this discussion back in 2009 when water bottles were added, and I want to have that same discussion this time if that's the case.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then last from the Senate side, Senator Henchy.
Thank you. A follow-up question to what what you were talking about. How does that impact smaller, craft beverage businesses? We have many here in New York: craft distilleries, craft cideries, craft breweries. I want to thank Senator May for, in her bill, having an exemption for many of these farm institutions. But I'm curious to hear how that works other
Yeah,
places.
absolutely. And if I may, I would say one way to find out more is to visit Oregon. Oregon's working with, I think, over 100, maybe even 200 craft breweries in the state. They have a reusable, refillable beverage container for those beer companies. They have more than 2.5 million units in circulation. So again, there's examples of how that would play out. And interestingly, that program initially came to be because of the companies themselves clamoring for it. In other words, they saw the benefits, not just environmental, but economic. So it would be certainly something that would take their buy-in. It's something that Reloop's working really hard on right now in parts of the Northeast to get companies that are interested in such a pilot or initiative. But we think that with the right incentives in place, they could absolutely see the benefits and feel the benefits. And one thing, just to go back to the earlier questions of sort of the sequencing with bottle bill modernization and EPR, one really interesting such incentive would be that if you are a producer whose product is sold in a reusable or refillable container, like a small brewery, that you would be exempt from producer fees after the first time they are put on the market. And so, which is fair. And in that way, you could, under an EPR system, or, you would be potentially saving a lot of money.
Thank you. I was going to ask for what some of those incentives were, so maybe we can follow up on what it is that you're working on with Oregon and others. In that mix, is there a financial, obviously the financial incentive on the back end, as you just cited, but covering that first cost? Because for many in my district, I represent the Hudson Valley, we have a growing number of very, very small craft cideries and distilleries. Even the brewers have been a little bit more established. So are there examples of covering some of those costs for those, or is it primarily incentives on the back end?
Yeah, so I would imagine that they wouldn't be facing the additional cost of such a system. You would need someone from outside that would be interested in managing the system. So in Oregon, it was made possible by the fact that they have a producer-run deposit return system. So it's a centralized operation. They take the they're financially exposed to the organization of such a system. But with the right policy signals in place, I'm confident that companies who have this experience in Canada and elsewhere will absolutely come into the U.S. and put in the capital needed to get the system off the ground, such that individual businesses would not be paying more than they pay currently.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you both very much.
Thank you.
All right. Our next panel, Empire State Redemption Association, Peter Sidot, Sure We Can, Ryan Castalia, and MT Returnables, Jack Eddy, or Edie. Apologies on any names I may have butchered. Jade. Excuse me, what did I say, Jack?
Yes.
I apologize. Jade, forgive me.
Thank you.
This is the story. This is who's here.
You can start whenever you are ready, and just a reminder to people to your name and title.
All right. Hello, my name's Peter Sidoti. I represent the Empire State Redemption Association. We currently have about 110 redemption centers across New York State. Okay, at the beginning, in 2023, it was estimated that approximately 20,000 workers participated in the New York State bottle program. Okay, due to tough economic times, however, okay, over 100 redemption centers have gone out of business. Okay, this is not due to the fact that these are poor businessmen. This is due that because of inflation and because of having to work at a fixed margin of 3.5 cents, it's become nearly impossible, okay, to conduct business, okay? They are one of the few mom and pop businesses in America with revenues capped by New York State. By the way, the system works great. The bottle bill is an excellent bill, it's an excellent law, okay? But only if New York State keeps up with the economic environment. Handling has stayed the same since 2009. To put it in perspective, the minimum wage in 2009 was $7.50. On Long Island now, it's nearly 15 years later, okay, it's $17, okay, more. So that's more than double. Plus, the cost of rent, energy, gas, inflation have increased significantly since 2009. Consider this situation. The New York State Senate members were paid approximately $80,000 in 2009. Today, in 2023, you just raised your salary again to over $140,000, which I have no problem with. You people work very hard, you're entitled. But now it's our turn. We need that raise. You know, what you people, I don't want to talk like you people, because I don't want to say that, but I want to say that we're told, you know, we're told to hold our head under water and breathe. It's impossible. We're in an impossible environment where we're forced. By the way, during the epidemic, redemption centers remained open. We didn't forget our commitment to our community, okay, and society. We were there, working very hard, okay, which, you know, sometimes I feel like Rodney Dangerfield. We get no respect, okay, and we don't. We get no respect for what we do. We work with the community. We work with the salt of the earth, okay? I work with people of means, and this bill feeds people. The migrant problem that we're having in this country is an excellent way for people to raise money to feed themselves, okay? Yet we're not expanding this bill, okay? And we definitely need an increase in the handling, if not anything. That's very, very important. That's the first top priority, okay? The next is to raise it to a dime. But I think increasing the handling is a
Can
much...
you just summarize, your time is up. If you just summarize your last sentence or two.
All right.
Thank you.
Well, I'm sorry about that, okay?
No, you're doing great.
Okay. Like I said, we need an immediate increase on the handling, okay? And we need, the handling increase will pay for technology. You know, necessity is the mother of invention. In New York State, we're the Empire State. This is where the Manhattan Project came from, the atomic bomb. Nikola Tesla lived in Manhattan. Albert Einstein lived in Bay Shore, okay? Many things. We landed a man on the moon. Grumman laid the LEM. Okay, I'm sorry.
right.
But listen,
I'm listening.
we have technology that's developed right here in New York State.
Yeah.
Like New York State turns a blind eye. Cow Recycling, there's a company which Martin Arrow, who is the, who runs Empire
All
State.
right, I'm sorry. We got to wrap it
Okay.
up. We're way over.
All right, but,
We'll ask you a
All right,
question.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you.
Do you want to go in order or no? Okay. I hit one, right?
All right. My name is Jade Eddy. I own MT Returnables Redemption Center in upstate New York. And as we sit here right now, a for sale sign is going in my front lawn because of the position that we've been put in. We have been battling for help with the bottle bill for years. I certainly did not imagine that I would have to be standing here before you today to save the entire industry. It has been nearly 16 years since New York has passed any legislation regarding the bottle bill. This has caused a multitude of issues that I don't have time to address here right now, but will be included in my written submission. My priority today should be yours as well, the handling fee. I beg the question to you all, would you survive on your 2009 pay while paying 2023 expenses? How about 3.5 cents? Because that is exactly what is expected of us. All of our expenses have at least doubled. Everything from the cost of our trash to our payroll has gone up. Minimum wage has gone up 11 times with 3 more increases heading our way. And with each wage increase comes an increase on our insurance for our employees as well. We are being crippled because the state has left us so far behind. Our industry is like no other. We are 100% state legislated. We do not have the power to adjust pricing to accommodate rising expenses like restaurants or retailers. We must rely on legislators to maintain the bottle bill, and you have not. I have spent the last 10 months trying to get legislators to understand the gravity of our situation. I have spent the last 10 months listening to stories of complete devastation unfolding in our industry. We have lost over 100 redemption centers in just the last year alone. With these closures comes a loss of tax-paying businesses, significant job loss, and a huge negative impact on our environment and our communities. We keep hearing politicians say, well, the stores can just handle it. They can't, nor do they want to. We have redemption centers in New York that are processing over 100,000 containers a day, and they accept all New York brands, while stores have a $12 maximum, and they only take the brands that they sell. This puts a significant burden on the consumer, and many customers of mine have told me they will simply stop recycling altogether if we close. Some areas have already seen an increase in litter due to these closures. We are crucial to this system, and without us, this system fails, as you've heard here several times stated today. We have been pleading for help for years. I told many legislators in January that this year is going to be the breaking point if we don't see action. And I am sorry to say that I was very much right about that. Our continued closures will have a severe ripple effect in communities all over New York, creating more litter and taking away a vital financial resource that many rely on. If the state truly believes in small business, job opportunities, and what's best for the environment, you will take the necessary action to save our industry. We need an emergency increase on our handling fee, and we needed it years ago. The state of Maine passed emergency legislation in May to address this exact issue, and there is no reason that New York cannot do the same.
Good afternoon. My name is Ryan Castalia. I'm the executive director of Sure We Can, a Brooklyn-based redemption center and the only nonprofit in New York that is dedicated to serving the independent recyclers or canners that collect the bottles and cans that other people discard. Thank you to the chairs for the opportunity to testify today. And thank you for holding this hearing at all, as the need has never been more urgent. The climate crisis is battering our communities, and millions of New Yorkers are in genuine danger of losing their lives or their livelihoods. So it's heartening that the state is meaningfully considering transformative waste policy. And I'm here today to urge that consideration towards action. It's past time for us to update and reinforce the state's most effective recycling system and expand the bottle bill. The bottle bill works, period. It's demonstrated its efficacy continuously for decades, resulting in the diversion of millions of tons of waste and vast reductions in litter in our communities without cost to the state. In fact, it generates revenue. It's even become a mechanism for environmental justice, creating a low barrier way for marginalized people from all kinds of backgrounds to become independent recyclers who work, contribute to their communities, and earn a livelihood. In a very basic way, this system makes our communities cleaner and stronger. The system is so functional and empowering that it's basically been left to its own devices for decades. Today, a 5-cent deposit established in 1983 isn't a realistic reflection of the value of the material or of the labor of those who return it. A study done by Sure We Can this summer indicated that independent recyclers in New York City earn an average wage of around $5 an hour. The handling fee that supports redemption centers is also way out of date, as we've just heard. Redemption centers are closing every day because it's too expensive to operate. Small businesses providing essential services are collapsing and making the system at large harder to access for everyone. And finally, many types of containers are arbitrarily excluded from the system. All this neglect combines to hamper its efficacy, put more trash on the streets, depress small businesses, and keep independent recycling entrepreneurs trapped on the margins. With 3 simple updates, an already working system could reach new heights. A 10-cent deposit would push up our return rates by 20%. It would mean more income for independent recyclers and more revenue for the state from unredeemed deposits. An increased handling fee would allow redemption centers to flourish instead of suffer, creating new access points and driving local economic activity. More containers included would mean a drastic increase in the volume of material that's diverted from our landfills and waterways. There are nuances to consider as well. We don't want to see liquor stores, wineries, or other businesses burdened with logistics they're not prepared to manage. The system can be structured to invest in and promote access to redemption centers to alleviate those burdens. We want to see the DEC funded from the unredeemed deposits to support the administration needed to make those investments, as well as to provide the oversight, transparency, and enforcement for redeemers and distributors that'll give everyone confidence in the system and allow it to thrive. We're lucky to have here a system that already exists and already works, and that with a few small updates can be made even better for the state, for communities, and for the planet. We can't afford to neglect it any longer. I also just want to take a moment to acknowledge my friend Ryan Carson, who in addition to being a passionate advocate for this policy, is also a passionate advocate for the workers who spend their days toiling away to carry this system on their backs. And in his name, I urge you to act quickly and pass the bigger, better bottle bill. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Thank you very much. We've heard some other testimony that talked about the use of various types of technology, and I'm not certain that that's where the average redemption center how they're functioning. So maybe you could just give me a little bit of a snippet of materials that come in. How do you have a problem with getting distributors to pick up materials and reimburse you?
In my particular situation, I am only picked up by TOMRA. I'm a smaller operation. And it also depends on the location that you are in the state. I'm in upstate New York in Queensbury. So I process anywhere from 3.5 to 4 million containers a year. And I personally don't have as much of an issue with TOMRA. Around holidays I do. They always get pushed back a day and want to pick me up when I'm not there. So that's an issue for me. But I do know that there are other bigger operations within the state. Like I said, that there's one taking in 100,000 containers a day. So they have to deal with several different distributors. And I've heard mostly out in Western New York that there's a significant problem with people dealing with their distributors and having their product picked up. And particularly right now with the cyber attack that was happening with TOMRA, we've run into very insane circumstances over the last few months. People are still not being paid properly. They're not having their product picked up properly. One business I have talked to is owed $96,000. We are closing at alarming rates. And we talked to the Attorney General to try to get help regarding this. We were told that they won't help us because it's business to business and not consumer to business. We have no agency that we can turn to get help under these circumstances.
Thanks, Jade. And I'd just like to add that in New York City, in Brooklyn, where we're based, yes, distributor pickups are an issue, the regularity of them, and the communication between us and distributors. At our redemption center, we handle around 12 million pieces a year. So a little bit more than Jade's, less than Pete's. He'll speak to that in a minute. But we do deal with several different distributors. And one issue we have is just communication, as Jade mentioned. Even engaging with distributors in order to establish regular rhythms or to navigate the logistical issues. For example, many distributors, and understandably so, are still suffering logistical problems from the pandemic. And we want to accommodate those issues, and we certainly understand them. But even having open lines of communication or mediated environments where we can engage as stakeholders in the system together is very challenging. And the DEC has been limited in its capacity to create those spaces, which, I mean, I understand many of these as regulatory rather than issues to be addressed within the law, but the DEC seems to have very little capacity to support its role in mediating those relationships. So we'd love to see them bolstered in that way as well.
All right. And I would like to say, I help run All Deposit of Long Island, which is Long Island's largest redemption facility. I redeem about 1 million bottles a week. Okay, I do a tremendous volume. We help charities. We help Lustgarten Foundation, breast cancer, Winthrop Hospital. We do a tremendous job in helping community crisis centers raise money for their constituents. Okay, and I use a Recycletech machine, and this ain't a sales pitch, okay, but my machine counts 1,000 units a minute, where a regular RVM counts 17 or 18, okay? Very fast. My customers are in and out in 5 minutes. Our technology also takes the redeemer's information, their address, their identity, and it could also give them a carbon score as to how much carbon they're saving the earth for every bottle. It gets equated into carbon points, okay? I think that will be very beneficial to the state to see who's returning the bottles, and this system's very, very transparent because it's an AI system that uses photo technology, photo recognition, just like facial recognition. That's how this system works. That's why it's very fast. And right now, we can't flatten or crush, but if we were allowed to do so, you would eliminate a big problem with space. And I don't understand why if a can or bottle is flattened and skewered, actually a hole gets put in it, just like when you take a train and the conductor punches your ticket, that bottle's no good. That would end double redemption right there. If it's punched, it's no good. And you can have a machine easily do that. And in flattening, you'd save a tremendous amount of petroleum or fuel, because right now, this industry, we're moving air. We move bags and bags of bottles, and it's like the Jiffy popcorn truck, okay? And that would be another tremendous savings for the environment, and I really don't want to take
Thank you.
up all your time. Anybody's welcome to come to All Deposit to check us out, and if you want, the Recycletech machine is mobile. It could do curbside recycling, and we could bring it up here and show it to you if you're interested in seeing it.
That would be very cool. That would be very cool. Thank you, all of you, for your testimony, and Jade, thank you for your candor about where things are for you in the industry. I appreciate it. There was talk from prior testifiers about moving to a refillable economy, so that it would be completely circular and all the containers would be refillable. What would the impacts be on your, let's just say, hopefully we get something passed early this year, we get something signed, the redemption rates are up, the fees are up, you're able to survive, but then we begin transitioning toward a refillable economy. What does that mean for all of you as business owners, and what sort of cost investment does that mean that you have to make to accommodate that shift?
I'm going to start by saying that if you do not separate the handling fee issue from the bigger, better bottle bill and take emergency action now, there's not going to be any redemption centers left by January. I have business owners messaging me all morning today telling me today's result is going to determine if they close their doors by the end of the week. And
I just unfortunately, we're not back in session until January.
I know it would require you guys taking the initiative to hold an emergency session like you did to give yourselves a raise last year. So as far as the refillable goes, it's not necessarily going to be a problem from us that you're going to get. TAMRA, again, impedes on how we can do our jobs. We used to be able to box and palletize glass. I have not been able to do that for the last 3 years. They no longer will provide me with the materials to do that, and they have told the DEC and myself both that they are moving away from palletizing glass. They don't want to do that anymore, so we are given bins where we are expected to dump glass and break it. So if you want us to be able to box refillable glass, then you are going to have to deal with TAMRA first, so that we can do that.
I'd like to add that, sorry, Pete.
No, well, I was going to say, I was a home beer distributor for many years, okay? And a refillable bottle, it's a great idea, but you're going to see it's going to be a burden on the industry because refillable bottles require a lot of work. They're very heavy, and there's a liability with a refillable soda bottle. I was around 40 years ago, and the cot beverages, Canada Dry, Coke, those bottles, when it used to get hot in the summer, they used to explode right on the shelves. And supermarkets, they didn't have an aisle for beverages. They had maybe a 3-foot piece of rack because of the liability. And I don't know if you ever tried bagging, especially now there's no plastic bags allowed, to put glass bottles, heavy glass bottles in a paper bag. It's very dangerous, okay? That's why years ago, the home beer distributor, he followed the milkman throughout, and we had home delivery. And we used to deliver cases of beer and refillable soda, and along with the milkman. But through evolution, that has gone away. And the beverage store is going away by the way of the candy store. Years ago, there used to be candy stores. And through evolution, through packaging, okay, the candy store went away. Because now you could buy candy anywhere. Well, it's the same thing with beverages. Now we have, I call the gas stations, cigarette and beer stands, because that's what they've become. Years ago, you used to go to a gas station and buy tires and a battery and wipers for your car. You don't do that anymore. You go there to buy your Budweiser, your Snapple, and your Corona, okay? And they've got, that industry evolved out of the service business and into the convenience store, which hurt the Home D, which, by the way, the Home D did all the heavy lifting at first when this bottle bill was passed. There was no such thing as a redemption center, okay? And I believe that they're not treated properly for the amount of work that they do. And they're really community mom and pop stores, and they're the ones that help out with the Little League and help Boy Scouts get their Eagle patches, and we're there for the community, yet we get no respect. And I wish the DEC would see that and let us make a little bit, even on the Home D level, okay? We've lost a lot through this bottle bill, and we need the revenue. So handling is necessary.
I'd like to throw in that for Sure We Can, as an environmental organization as well as a redemption center, we welcome the change to refillables. We're used to, in our relationships with the distributors, sorting in many different and varied ways, different requirements, pallets of glass, bags of bottles, bags of cans, different numbers, different amounts. We're highly accustomed to sorting, so a new parameter to sort, no problem. We're also accustomed to hard work, but we welcome the change in the form of just the larger environmental benefits it would create. And at least I just want to say, from my perspective as our redemption centers, we want to be there to be a part of this transformation, which we understand to be holistic and not just about our business, but really about making a more sustainable New York. So what we can bring to that conversation, we want to bring.
Thank you all very much.
Okay. I just want to say there's no waste in redemption. When you talk about, okay, goodbye.
There are other questioners. You
Okay,
work that
I'm
in.
sorry.
You work that in.
Anytime you want me up here, I'm willing to come up. Okay?
Jody Giglio?
Yes, so I have a question for all of you, based on an analysis. Have you done an analysis since the bottle bill was first adopted to what the increase in your costs have been for payroll, for leases, rent, taxes, for trucking, and now congestion pricing and that we're talking about? And then also the cost of fuel and minimum wage, because you're saying that the people that are picking up what you're collecting, that they're coming in fewer times or more sporadic times that may not be convenient. I'm just wondering if any of you have done a cost analysis, because even if it goes from 3.5 cents to 7 cents, I don't think it's ever going to be enough with the way that we keep putting laws in place that are costing you more money in order to get those items out of your stores.
Sure, I can start us off. I mean, I'll say first of all that Sure We Can's in a unique position here, since as a nonprofit, we supplement our revenue through grants and other supportive income, non-earned income. So, but right now our redemption center operates at a loss. If it was just redemption, we would not be able to do that. And if the handling fee changed tomorrow from 3.5 to 7 cents, that would change tomorrow. So it's simple in that way. There was a time, like say 10 years ago, when Sure We Can was just a redemption center and only operated based on earned income and was able to do so with the handling fee at that level. So I think it is possible for the handling fee to meet the needs of redemption centers as long as it keeps pace with these other conditions that we're talking about.
So for my personal situation, all of the expenses have more than doubled. My trash from last year, my dumpster, is now twice as much as it was. Obviously, minimum wage is a huge impact on that. My business used to pay more than minimum wage, and we prided ourselves on that. But now we have been gutted to the very core. I am only open now because of a car accident in January, and I bought the cheapest, crappiest car I could find, and I put every penny from that check back into my business. I have pushed my estimated taxes back for the last 2 quarters. I am moving money around so that my employees can keep their jobs, and I myself am suffering because I put them first, and I put my community first. I have so many people who rely on my business for secondary income to put $20 in their gas tank so they can go to their jobs and barely make ends meet. I have fundraising accounts for various causes. One Boy Scout troop raised over $26,000 with me last year. If we go away, it's not just me struggling, it's all of my community. And I also have a food pantry outside my business that is heavily, heavily, heavily relied on. I have been in the business for almost 20 years at this point, and I can tell you that it has not always been like this. It used to be a profitable and successful business. The only reason it is not working right now is because our rate of pay has not been touched in almost 16 years. Our expenses keep going up, and we keep getting tied to legislation that everybody fights over, and our pay goes down with the ship every single year. And that is why we were at this breaking point this year, which is why I'm saying that we need emergency help. We've been trying to get this done through the legislative session for several years, and we keep getting left behind. This is not for a lack of trying. I'm not here on a whim. I'm not here unexpectedly. I had to fight and claw my way to be here today. And if you give us that raise, we will be able to stay open. I will be able to get back on track. But as it stands right now, you have taken me from being a contributing member to society who did pay her taxes, did contribute to the programs that the state uses that tax money for. Now I am a business owner relying on those state-run programs. I got HEAP assistance last year as a business owner. I'm a single woman with no children, and I qualified. That is how low my profit margin has gotten because of this situation. So I am begging you today for this help because it's not just me in this position. And as a single woman with no kids, I can tell you that a lot of these business owners are at home with families and trying to survive this, and it's impossible.
That's it,
I would actually just like to add one more thing just regarding the handling fee and the deposit too, because we're talking about the needs of us as redemption entrepreneurs, but the canners themselves act as redemption entrepreneurs, and their revenue, their income has also, hasn't changed for even longer than the redemption centers, for exactly 40 years. And the handling fee itself, more than just what allows us to continue operating, it's what can create this entrepreneurial movement in the system. Our redemption center was founded by canners who were at the time experiencing homelessness. And they used the handling fee in the redemption system to, first of all, serve their community, offer the service to their friends and neighbors, as well as to lift themselves up out of that situation. And now we have people, former canners working on our staff, administrating our organization, advocating, gathering other canners. With a robust handling fee, not only can the redemption centers that exist continue to thrive, but new ones can be created. We can introduce them in Manhattan. We can put them in places where they've never been before. owned and managed by people who are ready and eager to do that work.
Thank you.
All right, Senator Rachel May.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for your really candid testimony about when we've been trying to raise the alarm about just how precarious the position is of redemption centers. I think you've done it better than anybody could. I do want to say, as the chair of the Legislative Commission on Rural Resources, that redemption centers are often major employers in some of our rural areas. And as you pointed out, they perform a lot of other functions too, with helping people stay afloat and keeping their whole communities going. So we do need to renew our commitment to you. I also want to say, and if 5 cents in 1983 is more equivalent to 15 cents now, so we're not talking about a super generous increase here. We are talking about the bare minimum, I think, that we should be doing for all of you. I wanted to ask a couple of specific questions because I now represent the city of Auburn, New York, and I have noticed in Auburn that there are mobile redemption companies that don't seem to have a brick and mortar facility. As far as I can tell, they go around in vehicles. Is that something that is true in Manhattan as well? Do you know, is this something that makes this model adaptable to other parts of the state?
I will say yes. Now, many canners in Manhattan are primarily served by mobile redemption. Businesses in Long Island or Westchester that send trucks through the area, in addition to RVMs or retailers that do direct take back. So it is in practice right now in New York City. I can't speak statewide, but and just to say my opinion on this is just that it's a sort of all hands on deck kind of thing, in the sense that we're open to all different entry points into the system. I think mobile redemption can be a really strong solution in certain areas.
So let me pin you down, because
Yeah.
I don't understand how that works. Do people know? Do they have a schedule and people know where to go and bring their?
Yes, exactly.
Well-
It's dependent on consistent rhythms and largely word of mouth.
I see. Okay. And they mostly employ drivers, or they also have people doing sorting and.
The back end, I'm not so sure of.
In California, okay, they do it, we have machines in California, and we have like a kiosk, and the way they want to do it out there is they want to have a redemption kiosk within 1 mile of any store. And the stores would pay in to running of the kiosk, that's the way they want to do it. And the Recycletech machine, because it's an RVM on steroids, okay? It's very fast, people love it, it's being tried out there right now. And something like that could work in New York also. We also have a bag drop program that we're trying out there. And we have a program that, like DoorDash, where if you have empties at your house, we have coded bags where on your smartphone, you could put in for a pickup, and we will arrange a pickup at your house for your empties to make even redeeming easier.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't want to sound like I'm sounding.
All right, Senator Hinchey.
Thank you very much, and thank you all for being here and for your honesty and your passion. I think everybody here can feel the urgency around it. I'm also proud to carry a bill in this area, the Redemption Center Rescue Act. I want to shout out Assemblymember Carrie Warner, who's been a true champion on this issue too. I know has worked directly with you, so thank you, Carrie. A couple of questions. We'll see how much time I have, but. I don't know if I can't remember if it was mentioned here already or if not, but I know there was a cyber attack against Tamara. Can someone, and maybe Jade, speak specifically about how that has impacted you or what has happened, how that's going to trickle down to you?
So I have accidentally become the point person between a ton of businesses all over New York and Tamra. The problem varies across the state, and it seems to be really the worst out in Western New York. There are several businesses having issues with their product being picked up. And typically when our product is not picked up, we're not getting paid. However, under this situation that we're in now with this cyber attack, We've been being paid random amounts since July. Their attack was on July 16th. Some businesses have now been overpaid, and that money will have to go back to Tamra. A lot of business have not been paid properly, and they have been underpaid. Like I said, that one business is owed $96,000. That is no small number, and in our industry, every single day, we pay out to our customers before we get that money back. And if we don't have the proper money in the bank to do that with, we cannot be open. So several businesses have closed permanently because of this situation. The Tamra situation isn't the problem, it just exacerbated the problem of us not having enough money to start with. So we've got businesses now that are also temporarily closing while they wait on some money to come in because, you know, one guy told me I shipped out $30,000 worth of product last week, but they only sent me a check for $5,000. You cannot operate your business like that. And again, we have no agency to help us. Typically, the DEC would be the one to police them, find them, do something to get us back on track. But they've been given, I would say, almost special treatment due to the circumstances. And we all understand that what happened to them is it's a particular circumstance, but our businesses cannot be falling apart because of this. You know, we need help. And I don't know what to do at this point besides just beg and plead for you guys to intervene. I do know that a lot of businesses, some of them deal with more than Tamra, but Tamra has been particularly the biggest issue.
Thank you, and I am out of time.
All right, do we have anyone else? Thank you all very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Next, we will have a panel with Jared Kane, the Director of New York Association of Beverage Centers, and Kent Sopris, President of New York Association of Convenience Stores.
You too.
Welcome.
You want to go first? Yeah, why don't you start? Good afternoon. My name is Kent Sopris. I'm president of the New York Association of Convenience Stores. And on behalf of NIACS and its 7,500 neighborhood convenience stores and 127,000 employees across New York State, I thank you for the opportunity to participate in today's hearing to review ways the state can increase the effectiveness of the bottle bill and prevent the bottles from being sent to landfills. NIACS members have been on the front lines of the state's bottle bill program from day one. For 40 years, our members, considered dealers under state law, have paid deposits to distributors, collected them from customers, and paid refunds when bottles were returned. Over the last 4 decades that the law has been in effect, however, a growing number of convenience stores now sell sandwiches, pizza, and other prepared food under license from the State Department of Agriculture and Markets. When bottles are brought in for redemption, they are rarely washed out and contained in bags that are sticky and unsanitary. The last thing that convenience stores need are magnets for bacteria, insects, or mice in the same vicinity as a food prep counter. This situation worsens when third-party collectors fail to pick up empty bottles in a timely manner, leaving the back rooms full of with weeks' worth of empties. In many instances, these bottles will just be thrown out by managers and staff, defeating the purpose of the program. Before the bottle bill is expanded to include new types of containers, the state must address the clear flaws in the program's infrastructure. I believe there are legislative solutions that can make the bottle bill stronger and more effective, changes that should be implemented before the state considers expanding the program. NIACS believes the state should invest in and prioritize redemption centers which will create jobs and provide central locations for bottles to be returned. Without this investment, the bottle bill program will continue to be incomplete and burdensome for retailers and consumers. The current bottle bill does allow convenience stores to contract with redemption centers to accept bottles on their behalf if the redemption center is within a half mile of the store and a half dozen other criteria are met, including prescriptive hours and signage requirements. While well-intentioned, this provision is never utilized by convenience stores and would make an already difficult process more confusing. We believe that by making it easier for retailers and redemption centers to work together, the bottle bill will be more successful. NIAX proposes language to be included in the bottle bill that would encourage consumers to bring bottles to redemption centers instead of convenience stores if the convenience store is licensed by the Department of Ag and Markets and the convenience store has a written agreement with a redemption center in the same county. The legislature should also consider funding the Beverage Container Assistance Program, which was created by the 2009 bottle bill. Chairwoman Glick and Senator May carry legislation that attempts to address this issue by including state assistance payments for up to 50% for the costs of infrastructure. If the purpose of the bottle bill is truly to incentivize recycling, then the barriers to that goal should be removed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jared Kane, Director with New York Association of Beverage Centers, and I'm a third-generation beverage center owner. At NYSABC, we represent roughly 300 C licensees, which allows us to be a wholesaler as well as a retailer for beverages. But the amount of products that we're allowed to sell are limited to mainly beverages. The increase in minimum wage has definitely been a burdensome on us as well. We are big carriers of returning beverages, or returning the Returnable Beverage Container Act. We carried a large part of it before beverage,
Reverse vending machines?
Reverse vending machines, and yes. We would propose having a study put out there to see what some of the problems are. We talked a lot about how the Beverage Container Act has flaws, and everyone says it's working, but I don't believe it's working currently. If we did a holistic study on the entire Beverage Container Act, you'd see that there's a lot of holes. We have issues with who picks up what, products getting moved around the state from, Buffalo getting on during holidays and winding up down on Long Island, or vice versa. And there's a lot of the 65% redemption is not really that high. A lot winds up in our garbage cans because we have nowhere to bring it back to. And then I was going to also mention that in 2009, Section 27-1018 of the bottom bill, the grants for municipalities and businesses, not a single cent has been spent on those of us that are looking for money to try and make all this work.
All right, thank you both. I'm sort of hearing, certainly from the convenience stores, I'm kind of hearing like, we want out of this business. And I'm hearing from you not great enthusiasm for this business. Would you be more comfortable offloading this completely to redemption centers? And, you talked about the need for investment centers. We had somebody testify before who said essentially just in the downstate region, we'd need 7,000 more redemption points, and your members are a lot of redemption points, and we'd have to make those up in addition to the ones that were failing to get that half-mile rule. So if you all kind of want out of this business, how do we build that infrastructure?
On behalf of NIAX, yes, I would love for my members not to be in the business. However, through the end of last session and some of what we have introduced, I'm not asking for a complete ban. I'm not asking for a carve out. I'm asking for an opportunity to work with the redemption center so that if there are no redemption centers in a certain area, that's something that then needs to be addressed, and I would think by the state or DEC. If, for example, in Ulster, Green, Albany County, there are redemption centers, if I have a convenience store right next to a redemption center or down the street, I don't think that there's a reason why it should be hard for my member to work with that redemption center, to direct people to that redemption center. I think the previous panel you've heard, one, the potential for the economic impact at a local level in terms of jobs, but also what's happening when these redemption centers fail. As one panelist said to me last year, you've got all the bottles, you don't want them. We want your bottles. How do we make this work? And I think that's a fair question. And I think a lot of people have testified today and said that it's, in this space particularly, it's very frustrating because there is no agency. There's no one we can turn to say, can you mediate this? And I'm not blaming anyone in any agency. I think that there's plenty of people who want to. But one of the things I'm also asking you to do is to seriously come back to these panelists throughout the next few months and year and listen to make the bill as good as possible. Because I do think most people here want that bill to succeed. It's just not, it's not being administered correctly.
We don't want out. We are set up to take bottles. We've taken bottles the whole time. We just need a way to do it without losing money. Currently, we're losing money, and currently we can't get all of our nickels back. Sometimes they wind up in the garbage can, and they don't wind up getting recycled properly. There's a bunch of panels out there that can do studies on this. We were recommending the who did we have on there? It's somewhere in there, but we recommended a panel that's out there that can really do a study and talk to everybody and get a holistic view of how it's actually happening, as opposed to just piecemeal those of us talking. Let them really look at what's going on and make it better, because it can be.
Well, I would say that's what the sponsors are trying to do, is listen to everybody. I guess the question then is back to your point, would you like to see DEC have more of an enforcement role? Like we heard from the redemption centers, they were having issues getting paid, you're having issues. Would either of you like to see DEC be empowered to do more specific enforcement?
I don't know if there needs to be more specific enforcement, and I don't know because I'm not fluent enough in what DEC is already currently able to do. My concern lies with actually a different agency, with Ag and Markets, in that 99.9% of my members are licensed by Ag and Markets. So that the bottle bill in 1982 included convenience stores which sold cigarettes, gas, and beer. But now it's pizza, it's sandwiches, it's lunch and dinner items, and it's a different store. The size is relatively the same. Some are bigger, but the average store is 5,000 square feet. So my concern is not the enforcement from DEC, but the protection of our Ag and Markets license.
And I'll just say real quickly, we would love to see the DEC have more responsibility out there, on both sides. I think that there are people out there fraud on the side of redemption, and there's people the wholesalers that are not doing the right thing either, and there's no one way to redeem. One distributor does it one way, another distributor does it another way, and they don't always follow the law.
Got it. All right, thank you both.
Thanks very much for your testimony. So, on the one hand, since convenience stores, while they have done a lot to add prepared foods, they still do carry, coolers full of various beverages.
Mm-hmm.
So, you're saying that and I understand, your folks would rather not have to deal with the returns of those products, but you would, and the restriction, I think, is twofold. One, you have a limitation on the distance you have to be to contract with a redemption center, but it's probably also that a fair number of your convenience stores don't exist anywhere where there are redemption centers.
I actually took a look at list of redemption centers last March that were registered in at DEC and tried to compare them to my membership in other Ag and Markets licensed convenience stores. And there are quite a few places in upstate New York where redemption centers are not within a half mile, as the current law states, which is why I asked, I think I talked to Senator May's office and all of you actually, about ways we could consider maybe expanding that language to include the county or something like that. But the problem with the current language is that, you know, there are a couple issues. So yes, the Ag and Markets issue is our top concern, but the bottles that are brought back oftentimes don't get picked up in a timely manner. And in my appendix to my testimony, you should all have pictures from last week of bottles just sitting there waiting to get picked up. I'm not proud to say this, but many of those bottles will end up in the garbage stream. So how do we cut out the middleman? We've heard a lot about redemption centers, and quite frankly, this conversation that I'm having, this is occurring before we even discuss liquor bottles or wine bottles.
Or iced tea.
Or iced tea. You know, we can't move on. We can't make it bigger before we make it better. And I think the focus on the infrastructure at the redemption center level is a smart way to start. I'm not saying that there aren't convenience stores who might not want to continue to do that. That's up to them. I'm not proposing we ban that, but I am asking us to consider how the infrastructure works today before we expand it. And I'm saying that there are concerns with that, you know, how the infrastructure works today. And that's my top concerns. Yeah.
I would reiterate that last part for sure. I think it's broken. I think we need to fix it before we go forward.
Well, let me ask another question, because it's just a logistics question. Aside from the fact that right now you're taking in this range of product and you're having problems. So the notion that there would now be these other products, they do wind up in the garbage right now. From my perspective, which is, you know, not in the biz, but in this biz, that people deliver product to your folks and developing the relationship for them to take it back would seem to be not exactly the most difficult thing in the world, especially if they're required to do so. But I also hear that there's no standard operation by distributors.
Right. I don't want to blame distributors. Look, it's a big state. There's stuff that happens. Okay, I'm trying to figure out the way to resolve. I don't want to sit here and complain about a certain person not fulfilling their role, because I think the issue is bigger than that. I think it's a broken system. When you talk about liquor and wine bottles, though, my members wouldn't be required to take them back because we don't sell them. Would they be dropped off? Most likely. What would happen to them? They'd go into the garbage, or however the legislature determines those bottles should be recycled. Maybe we'll have a manager who manages that, but it's still a broken system.
All right, thank you. We'll now move to Senator Rachel May.
Thank you. And I really appreciate the recommendations that you've made. I guess I'm wondering, when, in your initial testimony, Mr. Suppers, you were talking about encouraging convenience stores to work with the redemption centers, which isn't, it's hard to know how you do that in statute, how the state does that kind of encouragement. We did expand the distance to 1 mile from
Right.
half a mile so that we've made it possible. But what would it look like for
I
the
think
state to
it's-
be encouraging?
Sorry, yeah. No, I think it's similar to what the law currently says. There is a section of law which a lot of people aren't aware of that does allow for, I think encouraging maybe is a semantics issue. I think if the law were expanded to say, I can utilize this redemption center a mile down the road, and, direct my convenience store customers to use that, there wouldn't be an encouragement. It would be used 100% of the time. I think if you open up if you remove some of the onerous prescriptive requirements that are currently in the law and allow for redemption centers to go out and do their business. I mean, their business, but they want these, we could be their clients, so to speak. I think that the interest is there that it wouldn't require too much encouragement, so to speak.
Well, I mean, I didn't know if you were talking about an incentive structure where there was, some higher rate of return or something like that, or if you just meant verbal encouragement.
If I've been instructed by my members that if this were an opportunity, anything they receive would be something they'd be willing to give up in terms of moving the bottles out. The bottles are that much of a problem in some of these stores.
Okay. And I thank you both for your comments about bigger versus better. I do want to, just based on what we heard from the redemption centers, I think the expansions would be good for them as well if we can do it all together. But I get maybe the need to phase certain pieces of this in, and we're happy to.
If you expanded it but made the state the deposit initiator, so anything that has a New York State deposit on it can be returned in New York State, you probably can get that done. But making us take that many more bottles and deal with that many more distributors without having space to do so, in 1982 when this started, there was 700 beverage centers around. There's 300 now. That's because there wasn't enough space for them to return bottles, and they fell by the wayside.
Okay.
And I think encouraging behavior, recycling behavior, is something clearly that the legislature is trying to get to from the very beginning here. And I think if we end up prioritizing or investing in redemption centers, people will get used to that. That's something they look for, at least in upstate New York. Similar to the fact that someone mentioned there's no plastic bags anymore. Well, I don't hear anyone really talk about them anymore that much. But it took some effort to kind of think through a different way of acting. And I think there's an opportunity here to do that.
Okay. Thank you.
Assemblymember Simpson.
No. Small.
Okay. Assemblymember Mangtalo. You kept, okay, everybody was just waving. Well, I appreciate the
They were trying to get your
collaboration.
attention.
I totally appreciate the collaboration of my colleagues. Assemblymember Smolin.
Thank you, Chair. So in hearing your testimony, it's very illuminating in many ways. From the beverage center and from the convenience store perspective, I know you don't represent all beverage centers in New York State or all convenience stores in New York State, but what is your guesstimate on the approximate volume of the 9 billion cans that come back or redeemable units come back? How many do you touch per year?
I think it depends on where this convenience store is, and acknowledging that I don't represent, but I know some of my larger volume convenience stores can touch about 100,000 bottles a year. which might not sound like a lot compared to the redemption centers, but when you're a small store in Franklin County, that can be a lot.
Sure.
So that's probably about, I don't even call it average, but that would be at the higher end of some of my membership.
Yeah, so we really, I guess the point is we really don't know where the volume is actually concentrated, because it seems to me that from a convenience store perspective and a beverage center perspective, and I welcome your comments on this, is that it's another additional, perhaps unnecessary touch on in the redemption process of getting it from the consumer back to whomever can actually process that to whatever, whether it's melting down the aluminum to make new aluminum, or reusing and refilling another bottle, or whatever the case will be in the future. How does that look from your perspective?
I'm just going to finish the last part because beverage centers are not that similar to convenience stores. So on Long Island, beverage centers probably touch 50% of the returnable containers, but we only sell about 30. So we return far more than we sell.
Yeah.
And then the other point go ahead for your second question.
Well, Joe, no, I'm just trying to get to the economics on a statewide perspective. Is that, it seems to me we don't have a good handle on all of the economics on it and where the actual costs are. And that would be something, for me looking at it from a statewide perspective, that we would want to know, down to the penny, how much it costs, whether it's a consumer's time, whether it's convenience store time, beverage center time, redemption center time, wages for redemption center workers, how much it's actually going to cost overall, because we want to make sure that the societal cost that we're incurring is worth what the societal need and want is. And I'm not quite sure at this point that we're there yet with the current system or the 2B system.
Yeah. So redemption centers don't actually process the material either. They send it back to the deposit originator. So whether it's my hands that it touches or a redemption center, it still has to go through another set of hands before so it's not like done after that. So regardless, somebody has to touch it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We now move to Senator Dan Steck.
We can hear you.
You don't need me in stereo. Come on over. All right. Generally speaking, do convenience stores have the storage room capacity to take on new additional types of containers?
No. I believe that in 1982 it made sense when we were trying to create this program to get New Yorkers to buy into this program, to make it kind of like bring it to your local corner store and get redeemed. That's fine. But as I said, 42 years later, it's a different industry. The state is trying to achieve different goals. It's not just a soda can. It's the professionalization of the bottle bill, and I think that the state needs to again cut out the middleman. We don't have the room.
All right. Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Any other members? All right, thank you. We're going to be calling up our last panel. While our last panel comes down, just a note to all members, we're starting tomorrow at 9:30, so we can all be prompt. We have a long day tomorrow. We'll get started at 9:30 tomorrow. And our next and last panel, and thank you to everyone who's testified today, American Beverage Association, Bree Beatley, New York State Beer Wholesalers, Stephen Harris, New York Wine Policy Institute, Carol Doolittle, and Manhattan Beer Distributors, Alex Bergson. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Welcome, in any order.
Thanks. I'll go first.
Can I go first?
You can, just name an organization for the record, please.
I'm Carol Doolittle. I'm speaking on behalf of the New York Wine Policy Institute, which represents the state's wine industry on policy issues. In 1979, my husband and I co-founded Frontenac Point Vineyard Estate Winery, Farm Winery number 44. There are now almost 500 wineries in New York State. We appreciate this opportunity. Because the proposed EPR legislation excludes producers subject to the bottle deposit law, we ask that wine bottles not be added to the deposit bottle law. In analysis of EPR, we determined that EPR is more efficient and cost-effective for both wineries and New York objectives. New York wineries are currently exploring washing and refilling wine bottles. If wine bottles are crushed, they can't be refilled. The soft landing and storage of refillable containers requires a large storage space. And I understand that redeemed containers are crushed in part to eliminate duplicate redemption. If wine is included in the bottle bill, we applaud the change that exempts craft beverage bottles from redemption obligations. We agree that redemption centers should be given the financial resources and technology they need to handle the product for redeems. Since most redemption centers don't have reverse vending machines, the brand owner is not identified by a barcode reader. Consequently, a brand owner can be overbilled for the number of recyclables picked up by the recycler hauler. All redemption centers should have to install RVMs, and that's very costly, as you know. If wine bottles breaking in a single stream collection bins contaminate other recyclables, and that's a concern, then all glass jars, bottles must be included in the deposit redemption law. Salsa, pickles, follows. Now here's the kicker. We ask that you review the wine bottle deposit program in Ontario, Canada, if you haven't already. Winery owners in Ontario support it because it is mutually beneficial to the goal of recycling and their businesses. A 20-cent deposit on wine bottles, 10 cents is ridiculous. That's a real incentive to redeem, 20 cents. The wineries collect the deposit and send it to Ottawa. Redemptions are only at the beer store, not at a winery or the LCBO. Unredeemed deposits are retained by the bottler to cover their costs to comply with the law. And at this point, clearly, a lot of that money should also go to redemption centers. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Harcum, Chair Glick, members of the committee. My name is Bree Deatley. I work for Breezeway Consulting in Somerville, Massachusetts. I'm here representing the American Beverage Association and its New York bottlers who make and distribute the majority of the refreshment beverages in New York State. I'm speaking from the perspective of the 50 years experience that the beverage industry has with operating deposit systems around the world, and my own personal 40 years experience with policy and operations of deposit systems around the country. I would point out that our companies have made a lot of commitments to incorporate recycled content into our bottles, to increase the return rates of containers, to get more bottles back. We need that to meet our goals, and we think that's the way forward. We also believe this is an optimal time for reform of the system in New York. I'm going to take Senator Harcum's air traffic control analogy and torture it a little bit. We don't let every person that flies a plane into LaGuardia decide when they're going to land and where they're going to land. Somebody coordinates that. And right now, I think as I've been sitting here for the last 4 hours, I've heard an awful lot of stories that result from the fact that this system is incredibly fragmented. Everybody's out there making their own decisions about how they're going to do every single part of the system. We're sitting here talking about making that system bigger and throwing more money into it, and boy, we really hope that's going to work. And the point is that what you need is a better structure for the system. You need to look at the producer responsibility organizational principle that we've all jumped right to for EPR, but that needs to be put into place for deposit system as well. That's the way the deposit systems work in most of the world, especially those high-performing systems. We need to put producers in charge of the system. That puts the authority in the right place for developing a system that's efficient and effective and will work well. Oregon is the best example we have in the US of a producer-managed system. It runs well, it's efficient, it's using innovative approaches like bag drop, which I haven't heard barely a word about today. That's how 70% of the returns come back in Oregon. It's how they get an 86% redemption rate. We need innovation in the system, and the way to do that is through a structure that's governed by the producers that allows the distributors and producers together to work to put a system in place that's more convenient for consumers, make sure there's access to redemption in different places, and is coordinating the work of the distributors so you don't have 7 different distributors trying to service the same location. You coordinate and standardize that. That requires the establishment of a nonprofit organization that's run by the distributors. They fund that. They fund outreach and education for the system. They coordinate the pickup and management of that system. They're also retain the unclaimed deposits in the system in order to operate. This should not be a revenue source for the state, to be blunt. Those monies should be plowed back into the operation and investment in the system, whether it's technology, logistics, or governance. A more consumer-oriented system makes folks more engaged in the system, will make the system work better. Make the system better before you make it bigger. The reform has to be, thank you, Mr. Stokos. That was a wonderful line, and I think that's a critical assumption and a critical foundation to be laid down here before some of the other changes are made to the law. Thanks very much for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
My name is Steve Harris. I'm president of the New York State Beer Wholesalers Association. First, I'd like to apologize for you not having my written testimony, as Thursday afternoon, my laptop appeared to be on life support. I'm hoping it didn't meet its ultimate demise by the time I get back to my office, but if I have to do it again, I will. If my laptop is fixed, I'll have it by the end of the day. So not having testimony, I will probably be a little bit redundant of those that spoke, but our position mostly as an association is any conversation about the bottle bill, whether it's expansion or otherwise, has to take place in the context of recognizing the inherent fraud that happens in the system. I know you've heard that already. I'm going to beat that drum until the day I die. There is so much fraud, and the system is just ripe for it, that the conversation, although it's a very genuine conversation about increasing handling fees and increasing deposits, just further incentivizes that. Our association is ready, willing, and able to give examples of what we think can happen to help with the fraud. Clearly, what DEC announced today is a good step. The Senate has, I think, 3 years in a row now passed Senator Mannion's fraud task force bill, which I think is a very good step. We have to understand what the fraud is before we start fixing a system that appears to be expanding without really addressing the fundamental problems that that system has. And so unless and until we do that, it's going to be very difficult for my members to really come to a fundamental understanding of what we can do to help fix a program that we think is broken. It doesn't mean that it can't be fixed, and we're not opposed to that. We're not opposed to having the conversation about how we can make it work, how we can expand to the appropriate products, et cetera. But I really would like to say that we can be a resource. Our guys experience that fraud on a daily basis. Alex would probably have some very good examples of that when questioned later on. But again, I appreciate your time and certainly your thoughtfulness on this issue. I know it's hard to wrap your arms around a problem that we say exists when we don't have the resources to really stop it. I'm not going to be repetitive about some of the ideas of how we can get those resources there, but trust me, it's there, and if we expand it, it's just going to make it worse, and that hurts everybody, even those that need the support necessary that we've talked about before. So thank you.
Hi. I'm Alex Bergson, Vice President of Manhattan Beer Distributors. Manhattan Beer is the largest beer distributor in the state of New York. We're a member of the New York State Beer Wholesalers Association. And as such, we're probably one of the largest, if not the largest, redeemer and deposit initiators in the state under the bottle bill. We sell over 47 million cases of product annually, and we cover the 14 metro counties of New York City. We employ about 1,800 people, over half of whom are union members, in 5 strategically located facilities across our territory, totaling over 1.3 million square feet of warehousing and servicing approximately 22,000 customers. We've been in business since 1978, and as such have been the participants of the bottle bill since its inception in 1982. We're an environmentally conscious and progressive company. 75% of our miles driven are on alternative fuels, to include compressed natural gas, hybrid, renewable natural gas, and recently the first 5 Class 8 fully electric heavy-duty tractor trailers in the U.S. outside of California, along with the requisite charging infrastructure required to operate those vehicles. We also have charging stations for our employees to use free of charge. Our Bronx facility has the largest privately owned solar array in New York City on its roof, and our Queens and Suffolk facilities also have solar arrays. We bring in over half of our products on rail, which each rail car takes 6 tractor-trailer trips off of the roads. We employ water conservation practices to include water-free urinals. Our facilities are lit using low-energy LED lighting and are on motion sensors to minimize their usage. And of course, since 1982, we've recycled billions of glass, aluminum, and plastic containers as the deposit initiator and redeemers under the bottle bill. This year, we'll redeem, collect, transport, process, crush, and recycle nearly 900 million containers. To do this, we have a dedicated staff of over 35 individuals, dedicate acres of space in our facilities, have millions of dollars in equipment, which include trommels, balers, carting containers, conveyors, and we dedicate truck routes with our own equipment and drivers away from customer serving routes to pick up and transport this empty product, often from redemption centers who, again, notably are not customers and were not envisioned in the original 1982 bill, right? We were heard from the convenience stores before. That was the closed loop that was envisioned, not redemption centers who are not customers. So as someone who lives, breathes, and executes against the bottle bill on a daily basis, just want to thank you for inviting me to be here.
Well, I appreciate, but have a question about the issue of expanding to wine. Carol, I think you essentially said that you didn't want, whether it was farm, which small wineries would be excluded, you don't think that the industry in general should be included.
Because we're also looking at EPR, and EPR, we're very familiar with that, has got some really amazing qualities to it, to actually reduce rather than just recycle, and then reuse. Judah Bank. Seriously though, she's right. So to just take our bottles and put them into a redemption process is recycling them, which is great, but reducing by refilling, we think is more important. Now, the logistics of getting it done are crazy, but we're working on it. Conscious Containers working on it in California. You'll hear more about this tomorrow.
Okay, well, I look forward to that because that is an important piece of it. And if we were going to shift some portion of beverages that are contemplated in the bottle bill somewhere else, we really have to understand a little bit more about what you think that looks like and how that might be effectuated, which leads me to the next question, Alex. If we were to think about moving to a refill situation, you're dealing with, I assume, a multitudinous brands. What do you think how that would impact your operation?
When you say brands, you mean other wineries' products? Other wineries' wines? Because we have one brand, Frontenac Point Vineyard Winery.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about Alex, and they deal as distributors of a wide range of beers.
So the complication is that, as you pointed out, we're not the producer. We're not the brewery.
Right.
The distribution system is set up so that there is a point of contact in New York, the distribution tier, and we are, for many things outside of the bottle bill, but in respect to the bottle bill, deposit initiator. Creating a return system would involve a whole chain outside of New York. And I think the carbon impact of that would be far greater than recycling the goods we have, because you have to get these empties back to the brewery. We do have something similar to that for a small piece of our businesses, the kegs. Kegs currently, and they're not regulated, but this is how effectively it works. We pay a deposit to the brewery, pass that deposit on to our customer, they return it back to us, they get the deposit back, we transport it back to the brewery. There are companies that have sprung up for these smaller brewers around the country to centralize and organize that for these breweries, but there's an expense. So again, you're going back to mostly out-of-state producers and having to interfere with their process if you talk about a refillable, redeemable container.
That's okay.
Thank you all for your testimony. Question, want to start with Bree and then get everyone's input. You mentioned the need for more of an extended producer responsibility like approach to New York's bottle program. And sentiment that it sounded like Carol agreed with on her side of the ledger. I've also heard from a lot of the beverage people in meetings here in New York, we don't want anything to do with these EPR. We're in the bottle bill. Let's fix the bottle bill. So, we're just trying to reconcile all of this. Like, what do we do in the bottle bill? What do we do with EPR? Are you envisioning sort of a separate PRO for the beverage industries?
That's right.
Okay,
Yeah,
and if you could expound upon that, and then I want to get feedback from the other two beverage gentlemen.
Yeah, the idea here is, and I'll use the Oregon example because, Romania and Estonia are wonderful, but they ain't New York. Things are a lot different. The consumption patterns, so many things are so different about how we manufacture, distribute, and consume beverages in this country. So look to the Oregon model of what that is. It's a single consolidated entity. It's managed by a group of distributors. It includes, by law, all distributors. If you sell in the state, you have to be registered with that PRO effectively. It then coordinates the management of all of the pickups and processing of all the material in the state. It also coordinates and operates a number of redemption centers. It operates a bag drop system, and it supports the operation of retail redemption that occurs. Oregon has not and has never had a handling fee, so there are not independent per se redemption centers that have sprung up, but the PRO organization there operates and runs redemption centers to supplement redemption opportunities. So if the system as we know it today came under the governance of a central organization like that, of a stewardship organization like that, and this is something we've advanced and discussed in Connecticut, in Vermont. There's legislation pending in Vermont that the governor vetoed, but that made it through the legislature that would do exactly this. A sort of version of this just passed in Maine in LD 1909. The idea of this is to move forward with getting a handle on the system, putting modern investments into the technology, et cetera. And then at that point, EPR is something we supported. We had a lot to do with the passage of EPR law in Colorado. We support that very strongly. At that point, when you have a system on the bottle bill that's been revised and sort of you can look at it and then say, okay, what do we do with these extra containers? Maybe the tea containers and the juice containers should go to the deposit system. Maybe the wine and spirits shouldn't. But until you sort of know what you got in terms of the two systems, it's hard to make a call as to where those ought to go. I think that's really our position, is to sort of fix it before we make it bigger.
All right, thank you. And let me just get the reaction of two of your colleagues there. Thank
And
you.
I would just say, I'm somewhat agnostic on the question, but I can say with all certainty, when I talk to my colleagues around the country, we have our own separate trade association from the association executives. And the only state that deposit initiators are not frustrated with is Oregon. So, in fact, I think the deposit initiators actually support the bottle bill in that particular state, and that cannot be said about the rest of the laws around the country.
Yeah, I think
Steve, really, I don't have much else to say besides reiterating that it is New York, so it is different. There are, I think, we referenced the fraud that I think is more susceptible here, no matter what. And so if you talk about a public or co-op system, for the participants, that becomes a big concern.
Thank you.
All right, Senator May.
All right, thank you. I wanted to come back to a couple things I heard earlier today that surprised me, and I thought maybe you, Alex, could respond to them. And they were when the Redemption Center folks were talking about not being allowed to crush the material and having to transport all that air, and also someone else referred to that you couldn't have trucks that brought in the full bottles and took away the empties, for example, so you couldn't get economies of, just efficiency there. Where in the law are those prohibitions? Do you know? And why is it like that, and how can we fix that?
So specific to the why it can't be returned, crushed, or broken, is the traceability of the system itself, right? We are initiating the deposit. We need to be able to audit and track the goods that come back. If it's a bucket of glass, I can't track to how many containers went into that. It goes back to the unfortunate fraud that exists, right? We need to be able to count, and even that is an endeavor because, as I mentioned, we redeem 900 million containers a year. We cannot get our eyes on every single one, and that's where the fraud exists. As far as the trucks delivering and picking up, I'm not sure where that comes from because, again, if it's a beer selling customer, that does happen. We deliver, and at the same time, if you have empties that need to be picked up, we will pick it up. Our drivers have the ability to do an on-site invoice, or if it's called in ahead of time, it's even better. It's in the system, it's flagged for pickup, and it occurs. The redemption centers, again, I'll note, are not customers. So there is no front-end relationship. It is only a cost out to the redemption center. There's no back and forth.
I see. Okay. And then on the Oregon model, just a question about where do the independent canners fit into that? Is there still an economy of people who are making a living by collecting containers on the street, say, and bringing them in?
Oh, sure. Yeah, well, we're talking about Portland, which is sort of like ground zero for homeless folks. Yes, there is still a canning industry. The redemption centers that the co-op runs are concentrated around the Portland metro area because that's where the population is. And so, yes, they do cater to that. Most of their redemption centers are full service in that they offer bag drop availability. And I don't know if y'all know what the bag drop system is. I mean, unless you like deal with a Hannaford up the Northway someplace, there really is not a bag drop system to speak of in New York. That's really think your dry cleaning bag. You know, you put all your containers in a dry cleaning bag and it has a barcode on it. You have a card that's got your barcode on it. You have an account with the entity, and you swipe your barcode and you put your bag in. And then those bags all get swooped up and taken to a central processing facility where they get sorted out, but the number you brought back get credited to your account. So you've got an online account, you look that the next night, 2 nights later, and you punch the button, I want that in the Kids 529 account, I want to give that to the Red Cross, I want that in credit the next time I go to a grocery store. And then you go to the grocery store and you go to a kiosk and you swipe your card again, and then you get a thing that says you get $4 off when you go through the checkout line.
But that's a service that would almost completely eliminate the canners, I would think.
But it's not for the canners.
I see.
That's for people who don't want to stand in line at a redemption center or don't want to feed bottles one at a time in the lobby of the grocery store, which is why it's become enormously popular. But those redemption centers that offer bag drop also offer immediate redemption opportunities. So up to a certain number of containers, 350, they will count and give you the cash floor. So that's how that works for that group.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. So, you know, it's important, I think, just to realize that there is a lot of investment, a lot of innovation that goes on that has not broken into the Northeast. We're sort of adamantly holding on to the systems that we all developed in the 70s. And we need to introduce that innovation, and it's really hard to see how that happens unless you get the scale economies of sort of central management and central coordination.
Thank you. Harvey Epstein?
Thank you, Chair. Alex, I went back to the Redemption Center. I know you raised a concern around their role in the system. Do you think the Redemption Centers play any role? I know you're mostly New York City based, in the entire state, and we've heard a lot from Redemption Centers not being able to function because of the lack of increase in the fee.
I think that they weren't, my comment was just that they weren't in the initial inception of the bill. And so the relationship that exists needs to be, as Steve said, worked on and have improvements so that there is not the opportunity for fraud. Because the comment is not that every redemption center participates in that, but that is where it does mostly occur. And it is impossible for anyone in the system right now to pinpoint that and to track that and to stop that. Their request to have a better funded DEC who regulates and licenses them, we would support. I think that makes great sense because that does solve the issue. Right now, it's a little bit of a free-for-all. And I didn't hear the air traffic control analogy earlier, but I liked the take on it.
Do you think the Redemption Centers potentially need an increase in the fee? Because that's what they're saying to us as well.
I think, I think first you need to improve the system before you look at.
So part of the
fee.
concern we've heard, and either you can answer it, is the Redemption Centers won't be here in a year if we're going to study the systems and look for the flaws. They said 100 have closed in the last year, and if we wait another year, of the 110 that are left, we're not sure how many will be still in existence. Even heard someone today said she might close their business up next week.
Well, and, we appreciate the impact that, a number of issues have had upon our economic climate, mostly inflationary and higher wages and higher fuel costs. But again, our concern is not the sympathy for that particular scenario. It's just that if we do that across the board again, we're just now encouraging the fraud that already exists because now there's more money in it. We're already doing it, and I'm going to double the amount of money that I can actually steal right now. I'm going to keep doing it. And so I think we might want to come up with an idea, maybe short term. And, I've heard other speakers say it. We've got, we have the unredeemed, we have an escheat law, and 80% of that just goes into the general fund, and we don't know where it goes because it just goes into the big pot of money. I mean, right now we got $117 million that we can account for specifically from the unredeemed deposits. Let's figure out a way to use that now until we figure out how to fix the law so that we can make it all work. There's money there. We know exactly, almost to the nickel, how much money we actually have from unredeemed deposits. And we know that 23 million of that goes into an EPF. The rest of it, I don't know, I don't have spending authority. You might have a better idea where it goes. But we know how much is potentially there. If we have to do a short-term stopgap, let's use that. Use that money. It's there. We know exactly what it is. And I'll sit down with your staff people and try to figure out how to write that bill so we can do it accordingly. But let's fix that with money that we know is available and we know where that money came from, while we can continue to have a real thoughtful conversation about the systemic problems that we have so that when we change and fix this law, we don't have them again.
Thank you. Senator Hinchey.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for being here. My question is for Carol. And thank you as kind of the representative of, I'll say right now, all craft beverage, since we don't have our cideries and distilleries who would be who theoretically could be impacted in this bill as well for the first time. We applaud and I appreciate Senator May's exemption for especially those smaller craft beverage, farm brewery, farm winery, farm cidery businesses. But can you talk a little bit or let us know what, if it did move forward, what the cost for new infrastructure for you would be, right? You would need new equipment for labeling, for the barcodes, et cetera. What is that cost?
I don't know the exact cost for getting involved in it. The labels would clearly have to be submitted to Washington and approved. Somebody said there's really not enough real estate on the current labels to add in the deposit information. So that cost I don't really know, but the back end costs to wineries could be at least 36 cents a bottle, or maybe up to $1, depending upon what the recycler hauler charges. So for the smaller operations, it's expensive to raise our bottle prices by $1 and compete with Argentina's Malbec. The one thing we do actively support is that the redemption centers be really supported, because if we can't be redeemed in grocery stores or convenience stores, the wine bottles or the spirits bottles. So redemption centers are key to this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much for your testimony. Great to see you.
Thank you.
Appreciate everybody who communicated with us. If there are other people, they certainly over the next week can submit written testimony that will be part of our record. And we will be back here tomorrow, 9:30, on the second half of the discussion of reducing waste through EPR. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. We'll see you tomorrow.